Ken, the webinar is now live.
Great.
We're
Thank
ready
you.
to begin.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Today is Thursday, June 24th, and I'm calling our regularly scheduled meeting to order at 5:30. And I will immediately put us into closed session. And in closed session, we have one item, 2.1, which is Government Code Section 54957.6, Conference with Labor Negotiators. After that, we will reconvene the meeting at 6:30. So thank you.
President Chin, we're ready to begin.
Okay, good evening. Oh, that's weird. Good evening, everybody. I'm so glad that we have people in the audience. It's a little awkward to see. Do I look at everybody in the audience or do I look here? So I'll do this. And we had to deal with the echo, so I apologize. Thank you. We are reconvening our regularly scheduled meeting. It is now 6:31, and we are coming out of closed session with nothing to report. First item on the agenda is our flag salute. So if everybody would please rise and please pledge allegiance with us. You ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Thank you, everybody. We are now moving on to roll call. Trustee Proctor.
Here.
Trustee Warren.
Here.
Trustee Watkins.
Here.
And I am here as well. Trustee Corzo is unavailable. She is not feeling well, and we all wish her a healthy recovery. So next order of business is the approval of the agenda, the June 24th agenda. Does anybody have any comments, changes, anything? If not,
Motion to approve the agenda tonight.
thank you, Trustee Watkins. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
I'll go with Trustee Proctor at the moment. Roll call vote, Trustee Proctor,
Yes.
Trustee Warren,
Yes.
Trustee Watkins,
Yes.
and I'll vote yes as well. So that is passed 4-0. And then we have item 3.5, which is the approval of the minutes, the June 10th, 2021. Does anybody have any changes, comments?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
Thank you, Trustee Proctor, for the motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Trustee Watkins, for the second. Roll call vote, Trustee Proctor,
Yes.
Trustee Warren,
Yes.
Trustee Watkins,
Yes.
and I'll vote yes as well. Okay, we are now moving on to our recognition. So this is item 4.1, and I think I'm going to say good.
President
Okay,
Chin, could I pause you for a moment?
Yes,
We want to make sure we get our translation set up.
thank you
Okay.
very much.
Just
Yes.
one moment.
Good evening, I'm the Spanish interpreter.
Great. Can you see your channel?
I'm so sorry.
Can you
I don't
your-
see my channel. I don't see my channel yet, no.
Okay, give me a moment, please.
Sure.
Diane, are you getting the moon?
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm having a problem finding her as a translator. So
Okay,
just one moment, please.
okay.
Thank you. Okay, all right. While we try and figure out the language translation services, why don't we continue and we will go on to our item, which is the main event for tonight, which is 4.1. And this is in recognition, let me read it first, honoring Dr. Roses for her service in the district, the San Mateo Foster City School District. So the board, as we start, has a resolution that we would like to read. As our normal practice, we usually all take turns reading the resolution. And so why don't I start, and then why don't we just go this way and loop back around? Okay. Okay. So this is the San Mateo Foster City School District Resolution number 30-20-21 in recognition of extraordinary service and leadership by Dr. Roses, Superintendent. I'm just going to move this camera over so I can actually see Dr. Roses as I read this to her. Whereas Dr. Roses has devoted 30 years of public service to, I'm sorry? Can you guys hear? Okay, can you guys hear me? Okay, all right, yes, thank you. Again, we're having a little technical issues, so let me just start over. San Mateo Foster City School District Resolution number 30-20-21 in recognition of extraordinary service and leadership by Dr. Joan Roses, Superintendent. Whereas Dr. Roses has devoted 30 years of public service to the San Mateo Foster City School District, and
whereas Dr. Rosas began her career in the district as assistant principal at Bayside Middle School, and
whereas in 1993, Dr. Roses became the first principal of Fiesta Gardens International School, one of the first Spanish immersion magnet programs in San Mateo County, where over the ensuing years, she developed an outstanding program, widely recognized throughout the state of California, and
whereas Dr. Rosas continued her career in the district as the Director of Instruction, Assistant Superintendent of Student Services, and Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources until she accepted a position as Associate Superintendent of Student Services with the San Mateo County Office of Education, and
whereas the San Mateo Foster City School District Board of Trustees enthusiastically chose Dr. Roses to be the next superintendent of the school district after a national search, a position that she has held since July 1st, 2015. And
whereas during her tenure as superintendent, improved programs for English learners have been established in all schools, new language arts, math and science curriculum and materials have been adopted, the 2 K-8 Montessori programs have been stabilized and expanded, and the Bayside STEM Middle School was expanded to a K-8 academy. And
whereas under her leadership, improvements to the district's special education program were made, and special education district advisory counselor was revitalized and enhanced. The Equity Task Force and Sanctuary Task Force were established. A labor management initiative was created to enhance collaboration between the labor unions and the district, and a local control and accountability plan was expanded to improve student outcomes. And
whereas Dr. Rosas oversaw the implementation of the voter-approved Measure V parcel tax, which stabilized the district finances, helped the district retain highly qualified staff, and provided additional funds for programs focused on student wellness and mental health, with school counselors hired for every school. And
whereas under Dr. Roses's guidance and direction, Measure L facility projects were completed and the district earned the voters' confidence, which resulted in the passage of a new facility bond in 2015, Measure X, which provided funding for new facilities, including 3 new gyms and locker rooms, a new elementary school in Foster City, Beach Park Elementary, a new school in North Central San Mateo, additional classrooms at 3 middle schools, and new multipurpose buildings at 2 elementary schools. And
whereas a facilities master plan for the new decade was developed and adopted by the Board of Trustees on July 30th, 2020, which resulted in another bond measure, Measure T, passed by the voters by a wide margin in November 2020 to fund health, safety, and other projects at every district school, including the addition of air conditioning, 4 new multipurpose buildings, and the Bowditch Build, Rebuild, Renovate project. And
whereas during Dr. Rosas' last 15 months as superintendent, her well-honed leadership skills and unwavering support for the district's students, administrators, teachers, staff, and families were essential as she led the school district through the COVID-19 pandemic, including when all education in the school district pivoted from in-classroom instruction to distance learning. Technology access and usage for every student and staff became essential to connection and learning. New online management systems and new curriculum tools were implemented and accompanied by professional development for all staff. And focus and support for students struggling academically and emotionally were prioritized, all in the midst of an ever-changing information and direction from federal, state, and county authorities. And
whereas in the final months of the 2020-2021 school year, Dr. Rosas successfully reopened all district schools safely for in-person learning with a distance learning option.
now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Trustees recognizes the tremendous service that Dr. Rosas has provided to the San Mateo Foster City School District, and hereby dedicates the newly constructed Bayside Gym in her honor. And
be it further resolved that the Board of Trustees of the San Mateo Foster City School District strongly encourages all members of our community to join in personally expressing their appreciation to Dr. Joan Rosas for her dedication and commitment to the San Mateo Foster City School District community.
adopted by the governing board of the San Mateo Foster City School District at its regular meeting held on the 24th of June, 2021 by the following vote.
so this is an official resolution, so I would say we do need to call for a vote. So would anybody like to make a motion?
I will move to adopt this resolution or approve the resolution.
Great. Thank you.
Second,
Thank you, Trustee Watkins for the motion and Trustee Proctor for the second. Roll call vote, Trustee Proctor,
yes.
Trustee Warren,
Yes.
Trustee Watkins,
Yes.
and I will vote yes as well. So thank you. This resolution is passed 4-0. At this time, we would like to say something. So why don't we start this way and we'll go around. See, that's good.
I'm going to first, Trustee Corzo wasn't able to be here, so she sent me some words that she wants me to share. So I'm going to start there. So this is from Trustee Corzo. Joan, thank you for the many years you've dedicated to our students, staff, families, and community. The countless hours you spent building the foundation we have and need in our district did not go unnoticed. You hosted coffee chats in both English and Spanish, conducted countless community engagements, and kicked off our campaign for Measure V after hours on and off the clock, of course. These are just a few of the many ways in which you proved your dedication to our district. Through the years, you dealt with so much adversity and crises, both in our local community, our nation, and our world. Being a leader is difficult enough as it is, but you led us through a pandemic and 4 years of a president that caused real harm to many in our community. You committed to protecting our students and families and allowed space and energy for sanctuary work in our district to begin. All of this while onboarding 6 new board members. I am especially grateful for your compassion and thoughtful acts of kindness through the years. I regret not being able to share this with you in person, but I hope you know that I sincerely wish you the best in the next chapter of your life. Mil gracias, te lo agradecemos. Maybe let's go and then I'll.
Okay, well, I'm in an interesting position because I am the absolute newest board member. So I haven't had the benefit of my colleagues of working with you for very long, Joan, but I really want to thank you for everything you've done for the district. And it's just every time you turn, there's something else that has blossomed and grown under your leadership. I personally also would like to thank you for your warm welcome to me as a board member and all those amazing one-on-one conversations we'd have on Monday nights. And they always went so much more than just board business. And I just really enjoyed getting to know you and getting a chance to work with you. So thank you very much. And thanks for all of your service that you've done for our entire community for as long as you have.
Hi, Joan. I wanted to wish you congratulations on your retirement. On a personal level, I want to thank you for everything you've done for me. I'm so grateful that I've gotten a chance to get to know you and work with you over this last year and a half. For anyone that's listening, if you're not tuned into these meetings regularly, you may not have any idea of what a huge job the superintendent of a school district like ours is. And Joan, your leadership over the past 15 months alone proves that you can literally handle anything. So thank you for your kindness and your friendship. You've dedicated your entire career to educating all of our children. It's such an honorable career that probably wasn't appreciated enough. It would be interesting to calculate how many students' lives you've touched, and I know it's in the many, many thousands. And so I just am really grateful. I hope that as you set sail into your retirement, you feel appreciated, respected, and proud of all of the work that you've accomplished. I wish you the very best, and I hope you get a chance to spend time with your family and do what you really love.
Tiempo con su familia y haz
We'll go next. Joan, thank you for your many years of dedication to the students, families, staff, educators in our district. I vividly remember some of the first school visits we went on, and you knew everyone at the sites. Every staff member, every educator, embraced them with open arms, hugs. And it was at that moment that I really knew your genuine love for every single person in our district. There's so much to reflect on and remember. You, as many others have indicated, have dedicated many, many, many hours to our district, to working with our new board, the 2 a.m. meetings before it was on Zoom and before it was cool. I'm sure we've driven you crazy, but we really appreciate it. Your support for every single district event, from the work that you put into the Measure V campaign that I worked on at the time, the campaign kickoff party you hosted at your house, the support for the Ed Foundation Gala fundraiser, and so many more other district initiatives that you participated in and dedicated your time, your resources, your energy. You've led initiatives throughout this time to support all of our students and families, and have wholeheartedly stood behind our board as we push forward with really important equity work that wasn't always easy. I remember working with you weekly when I was board president and just really digging in to the various things that we were doing as a district and as a board, and appreciating the wisdom, the insight, and again, the dedication that you brought forward in those moments. But outside of the work, you cared about us as people in the same way that you care about every single person in our district. That genuine care and compassion is so appreciated. And I haven't even touched on the last year and how much you've given over the course of this really crazy year. You are so appreciated. You are going to be missed, but also enjoy yourself.
So I'll try and be brief. Joan, on behalf of the district, I would really thank you again for everything that you have done for us for the past 30 years. Although the last year has been really difficult, it may have seemed like maybe all the 29 years before combined, but you have been our rock. You've been the district rock. You've been there the entire time, working countless hours. We've talked, when I became president, we talked many times, almost daily, at all times of the day. You have been there. And so we really thank you for everything you've done. Outside of this last year, this crazy year, as the resolution has showed, your record and your history of everything you've contributed to this district is amazing. And without being said, you definitely deserve your retirement and your time off. And we really look forward to what you're going to do. Personally, I will say, especially over this last year, and I've mentioned this to you, for those who don't know, Dr. Roses was, I think, in the inaugural Stanford Ed Leaders group that happened 2 years ago or so. And Dr. Roses was invited to that group. Because it's a continuing education and further education about how to be a better leader, she brought back lessons for us in some ways. And I remember distinctly, there was one time she came back in closed session and she brought us a poem. And it was a poem that she made a copy of, and I dug through all of my files trying to find it. But it was about how to be a leader in the gray. And the issue is, especially this last year, but over the entire time that you've been in administrative, there are very few things that are black and white. There are very, very few things. In fact, most things are gray. And it's that in that gray is where we thrive and where we make decisions. And it's that gray over the past few years, the 30 years that you've been here, especially this last pandemic year, is where you have truly succeeded and been our leader. And so I am very sad to see you go, but I'm very happy that you are going to be turning the page to the next chapter of your life. So with that, I think we're going to end our board comments, but we do have something for you. So, yeah, sure. I don't know how we're going to do this, but I will just turn my camera around. So I guess I'm still connected. On behalf of the school district, we really appreciate and thank you. Great. And I know that we have a number of dignitaries and a lot of people who would like to make comments. So without further ado, we are going first to our dignitaries. And I believe, if he's still on, we'll start with Assembly Member Kevin Mullet. Diane, would you mind promoting him if he is here? And then I believe, sorry, I have to scan through all of the attendees. We can go to Nancy McGee, and I believe Supervisor Groom had to get off a little early, so she may not be here. So I'm going to go with Kevin and Nancy, if you can please pull them up.
President Chin, is that Kevin?
Kevin Mullen, yes.
The name on the account is simply Kevin.
I also know his aide, Kevin Fong, is here, so I'm not sure. Assembling Kevin Mullen is, I think, the one.
Oh, found it. Thank you.
Thank you for the promotion. Great to be with all of you. And thank you, President Shin and board members, for allowing me to say just a couple of words about the superintendent. First of all, did I hear that you got a gym named after you? That is incredible. That name will be on that gym forever. Oh my goodness, what a wonderful honor. So it's a pleasure to be with all of you this evening as we recognize Superintendent Rosas for her years of distinguished service to the district and the field of education broadly for these many years. The superintendent, during her time with the district, your steadfast leadership, Joan, has helped the district usher in significant accomplishments, and you've heard the full rundown tonight, but just to pull out a few of the highlights: established programs for English learners in all district schools, adopting new language, arts, math, and science materials, establishing sanctuary and equity task forces to help foster an inclusive and welcoming environment for all students and families. And we heard about those, the details around those revenue measures that you were involved in to support new and existing facilities, as well as programs and student services. So those are just a couple of highlights of your service. You've also guided the district through some challenging times. And let's face it, none more challenging than the past year that we've all experienced. Everybody in government in particular has had an incredibly challenging year, as society has in general, and you have guided the district along with this board's leadership through those incredibly challenging times. So through all of those challenges, you never lost sight of what's most important, and that is the students and families that the district serves. You've made a profound impact on this district, Joan, and as you leave after 6 years as superintendent, you leave it in a better place than you found it. And I think that's really all anyone can ask for of a public servant. So on a more personal note, I wanted to thank you, Superintendent, for serving on my education advisory committee. I don't personally have a public education background like my father, who was a 35-year teacher. So I really relied on advice from professionals, and you are the consummate professional when it comes to the education arena. So the insights and contributions you brought to that conversation were invaluable as we work on education issues at the state capitol. So with that, it gives me great pleasure to present a fellow USF Don with a well-deserved parting recognition on behalf of myself and my colleague from the upper house, Senator Josh Becker. We have a resolution for Superintendent Rosas in recognition of her 38 years of service in education. Congratulations, Superintendent. Best wishes on a well-deserved retirement. And on behalf of the entire state of California, thank you, bless you, and enjoy your time. We are so very, very grateful.
Thank you so much for this beautiful resolution. It came the other day and it was just a true honor. And thank you for the time and the efforts that you have dedicated to our students. There have been times that I have come to you and talked to you about needs, and you've carried legislation for us. If you'll remember, we were desperate for housing for our staff, and we went to Sacramento with you about that. So thank you to you and the senator for this beautiful resolution, but also for all you have done for the children at the San Mateo Foster City School District. Thank you
so much.
Diane, if we could pull in County Superintendent Nancy McGee.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, President Chin and members of the board. It's truly an honor to be here tonight to speak about my friend and colleague, Superintendent Joan Rosas. Before I begin, I do want to thank the board for your incredible leadership over the last several years. Every school board in America has a whole new definition for what that commitment means. But I watched you as school board members step up into the crucible of service for your community. And you did such a wonderful, amazing, strong, and courageous job. So thank you, board members. Joan, this is hard. I actually cried at the gym naming, and my eyes are still burning from that. So wonderful. I can't wait to go to an event in your gym. That will be really special. So to all those listening, you know, I first met you, Joan, at the County Office of Ed when you came over to serve as Associate Superintendent of Student Services. We had many opportunities to work together. And what you may not have known is that I was always watching, listening, and learning from you. You always framed the work, the goals, the decisions around students. It's about the students. I think you would say that at least 5 times a day. It's always been about the kids for you, not just some kids, all kids. This is a great moment right now to take stock, as people have alluded to just how many thousands of students' lives you've impacted in your career. And even from our earliest encounters, I recognized your knowledge and skill across many education topics. And like I said, always paid really close attention to how you went about implementing your vision for equity and student success. Again, your influence on your fellow educators and leaders has been just as prolific as you've had on children. And I'm only one who has learned from you and grown as a result, but literally there are thousands of teachers, principals, and other education leaders and professionals who've watched you, worked with you, and learned deeply from you. When I look back over the last 2 years, as everyone has alluded to, it's been such a blur. But I clearly remember the weekend that we spent together at the county office. It was back in maybe late February, early March of 2020. And you and Diane Willoughby came over with my executive director, Patricia Love, and we spent most of the weekend locked away there working hard as we prepared for what we thought were quarantining protocols when we had some of the first cases of COVID-19 to manage. Little did we know how good we would get at doing that. It took, though, a tremendous amount of effort, work, and sweat and tears. But Joan, you took leadership immediately in that situation. You put yourself in a lead role in helping develop the county's pandemic recovery framework. And you were so incredibly diligent in following the protocols for your families, implementing testing and contact tracing, supporting your principals in operating school in all the crazy conditions that they were experiencing. And you contributed to the shared knowledge network of your fellow superintendents. So I'm so thrilled for you as you move into retirement. I know what a beautiful family you have, including and also your pets and animals that are part of your loves. I just have the greatest respect for you as an education leader, as an educator, as a colleague, and as a human being. You are a person with uncompromising integrity and truly a heart as expansive as the sky. So happy retirement to you. congratulations and Godspeed. And so I made it through. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Nancy. You know that it has been a very difficult year, and I thank you for your leadership, because without you on my speed dial, there were days I would not have made it through. So thank you for being always available to me so that we could talk through the issues and make a solid decision for the district. So thank you for being available and for being such a leader at such a difficult time.
It was an honor to work with you, Joan.
Thank you, Nancy.
Okay, thank you. We're now going to open up public comment, and we'll start first with those in the audience here in the boardroom, if anybody would like to get up and speak. So this is the first time in, what, a year and a half that we've had members in the audience. There is a blue slip that we would love for you to fill out, but we can definitely start first. And I think it's Fred. Right? If you would come up to the computer.
I have to come up.
Yeah. So
Hi, my name is Jim Sell, and I'm here with my wife Brenda and our longtime friend and neighbor Joy Addison. We have been consumers of the wonderful school district's product for some 40 years, with our children and many of our grandchildren going through the system. And I've heard wonderful things about Joan, about equity and dedication and ability. I didn't hear courage. And when she came back to the school district, what year was that?
2015. 2015.
2015. The district had just lost a bond issue. And it was one of the first bond issues that had been contested in the city, in the district, in years. So she came back to a district that was in conflict between San Mateo, Foster City, people that lived in the hills and the flatlands, North Central. And she embarked on an effort, an 18-month effort, to bring the community together. And as members of the St. Bartholomew's Social Justice Ministry, we participated and went to many of the meetings at churches, at schools, all over the district. Came here in this room in some of the final meetings. And I believe you were still on the board. And the board meetings ended with, and there were members, I think there were 18 members of the community from all parts of the community that was in that group that put together that bond issue X in an effort to create unity, diversity, and equity in the community. And those last meetings ended with people in tears. They were difficult decisions, whether to building the new school in Foster City, building the new school, giving North Central their own community school. Those were very difficult decisions that Joan led the board and the community to make. And I think subsequent, the bond issue passed. Most of the building, at least half of it, is already done, and schools are opening. But it was an act of courage and grit that got that done. There were a lot of easy ways out of that, and Joan took none of them. She had the interest of the children deep in her heart, and she brought the community together, and it'll be a great legacy for her. So.
So I have to share
Okay.
some of that with our previous superintendent and the board prior, because they did a lot of that work. And I was brought in to pull it across the finish line. And we did do that. So thank you.
Okay, next speaker, Joanne Bohegan.
Maybe on. Good evening. I'm Joanne Bohegan. I am a over 30-year resident of Foster City. I don't have any children that have gone through the district. I am, however, a deep and ardent dog lover. I am the former chair of the Foster City Chamber of Commerce, and I am currently seated as the chair on the board of directors, of which is the capacity that I am in this evening as I join you. Dr. Rosas, we have known each other since your very first day on the job. And one thing that we have heard this evening is your ability to create connections where none are seen. The word inclusivity has been a word that has been in your doctrine of operating before the word inclusivity became commonplace. I'm looking at you right now and seeing the words that are literally printed on the wall behind you. And while it may be the motto of the district, we have witnessed you lead your life and live it in a slightly different order that has demonstrated that doctrine all day, every day. I'm here representing a business community. What we've learned through COVID is that community is our business. It's not about major employers and small business and independence. It's about how we come together and how we work together. Dr. Rosas, you are the first superintendent in this district that has understood the role that relationships with all of the stakeholders in a community, the impact that it can have, and the opportunity that it can bring. So thank you for allowing the Chamber of Commerce to be a partner in the role over the last several of years. But on a personal note, thank you for having the heart and the conviction to never allow anyone to dissuade you from getting to the finish line. So today, it's bittersweet for all of us, but we are super excited for you. And we hope, and I'm sure we actually know, that you might not be sitting in that chair the next time we see you, but she is not going to leave us because we're not going to let you. So congratulations. And please know that not only does the district celebrate you, the parents, the students, but an entire community. And this evening, I'm going to be so bold as to say, on behalf of the city of Foster City and behalf of the Foster City Chamber of Commerce, thank you for everything you have done in building teams that will continue to live, lead, and learn. Have a great, great retirement. Thank you.
Of course, you all know that she said that I met her the first day I was on the job. So I think Joanne made me understand how important those relationships were going to be right from the beginning. She got me in that meeting and told me how it was going to go. So and I have appreciated your support, and the Ed Foundation, I think, is going to continue to enjoy your support. So thank you.
Okay, before we go to public comment online virtually, does anybody else want to say anything? No? Okay, go ahead. Colleen.
I promise I'll bring you a blue slip. These notes are for later, but I did realize that I should decouple the beginning. And that is that I want to wish you, on behalf of our San Mateo Foster City Education Foundation, the 2020-2021 board and the new board, all the best in your retirement. And we know, all right, I brought something to keep me from crying. It's not really working. Thank you for your passion for kids. And I don't tell this story very often, but I used to come to school board meetings as a parent. I sat through school board meetings for 4 years before I ran for school board. And I remember listening to Joan give her presentations on English learners and the passion that she showed then for every kid and the care for educating everyone and lifting all boats. And that integrity has been a guiding force. And dang it. Thank you for your support of the Education Foundation and starting it originally, being one of the first leaders of it, but having the faith that you had in us and training 6 boards. I appreciate that as well. So thank you for your leadership. Thank you on behalf of the Ed Foundation for everything that you've allowed us to do.
Colleen was on the board that hired me. So I have to thank you for having trust in me. Thank you.
I think everybody would like to thank you, Colleen, for hiring Joan and the rest and the current board or the board that hired. But please.
Sad day, as Joanne said. But Joan, this is a wonderful time for you. You've done astonishing things, immense things, not the least of which was the COVID. That you took care of the children. That was the first thing on your mind. How can I take care of and keep my children safe, my teachers safe? You did that. That is amazing how you did that. How to take care of the classrooms, how to think about how to get them educated while they're not in school. This is an immense job. You didn't sign up for this. I know that. Neither did the board, of course. But the idea that, as everyone has said, that you brought the community together always so that there was a great deal of trust from all of us who understood and knew what this COVID was going to be like during this time. You already built the trust with the immense things that you had done. And now you were faced with this. We trusted it. We knew it was going to be okay. You did a great job. As a mother of 7, I can only say, and of course now I'm a grandmother and a great grandmother, but when I think back that my children did not have to go through this, and my great grandchildren did go through it. If they didn't have someone like all of you, they would not have survived it in a good way. Now we know that there are children suffering from being locked up and all of that in the house and everything, but they will come out of it because in this community, you have made it possible. So I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for bringing the joy, for bringing the integrity, and letting our children once again learn and then lead and innovate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for everyone who's spoken. We will now move to public comments virtually. And Diane, thank you. So actually, before we do that, let's just make one language translation announcement. Dr. Roses, would you mind, now that we have the language translation services up and running?
Ok, ahora tenemos un mundo en su computadora. Si alguien necesita traducción en español, por favor, empuje el mundo.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Roses. And if anyone who would like to address the board in recognizing and honoring Dr. Roses, please raise your hand, your virtual hand, and you will be called on.
We'll begin with Amanda Cal. Amanda, please go ahead. Please go ahead and unmute yourself. Amanda, we're not hearing you. President Chin, I don't see why she's not able to speak.
Sure. So Amanda, maybe you might have to log off and re-log back in, and we will definitely call on you. It looks like there's 2 other speakers, and we'll definitely come back to you. Stan, why don't you call the next speaker?
Our next speaker is Randy, followed by Scott Rafferty. Randy, please go ahead.
Hi, Dr. Roses. I just want to personally thank you for being such a great example of, for me, of an attribute that I was raised to value so much, which is hard work and generosity. I have not seen someone who dedicates so much to their job as I have seen you, in terms of time and also just in terms of personal generosity that I've seen you give to the district on top of your time. And I so appreciate that. I see some of that, and I know I'm not capable of seeing all of that, but I really appreciate that. And I wish you the best, and I hope to see you around. Best of luck to you.
Thank you, Randy.
Just want to make an announcement. So we are recognizing Dr. Joan Roses in this item. There is another item later on for general public comment for the actual meeting. But for this item, we are calling on people who want to honor and recognize Dr. Roses. So if you would like to, please raise your hand.
President Chin, there's no hands raised at this time.
Okay, so Dr. Roses, would you like to make a statement?
Yes, I do. I do want to make a statement. The board president had told me not to read the resolution. He was pretty adamant about it. I worried about whether it would be spelled right and grammar, and I thought, well, it's on you then. So I did not read it. And so this was a complete surprise. And I can't thank you enough. It's a true honor. I've been very fortunate in my career that it has been filled with the voices, the thoughts, the laughter of incredible students, forward-thinking families, and dedicated, supportive staff members. Because nothing is accomplished alone. It is only through collaboration that we create new programs, purchase materials, balance budgets, build buildings, enjoy sports and art and music. And we do it all for the educational betterment of our students. Now, is the work done? Absolutely not. There are many things I wish that I could continue to work on, and I know that there is much that you want to accomplish. So I encourage you to continue to work together, dream big, and move forward as we have this opportunity to reimagine what schools will be like in the near future. I do particularly want to thank my board, maybe my 6 boards, the leadership team, SMETA and CSEA leadership, staff members, our legislators, the cities, community partners, my mentors, people like Tish Bussell, others who have come forward to help with projects. Your support of our vision has made a tremendous difference to the children in this district. And I want to thank my family. Their love and support has never wavered. And there have been difficult times. So I've been asked, what am I going to do in retirement? And we all know that I will never be able to quit working. I have district projects already on the books, but I do look forward to reconnecting with my family. And if Diego were here, I thought he'd be sitting right next to me, but I'm sure he's online. I want to let him know that he is blessed. He is blessed to come to this district. We have accomplished much, but we have much more to do. And I want him to know that his community is ready to move forward with him. I wish you all much success and joy in the year to come. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Again, thank you, Dr. Roses, for everything you've done. Before, I know that this is a bittersweet moment, and before we actually get to some sweet refreshments, I did make a promise to Amanda Cal that she had trouble technology issues here. I just wanted to offer if she wanted to make a statement, if she would raise her hand one more time, and we would try her one more time. So Amanda, if you would like to make a statement, would you raise your hand? Okay. All right. So as we mentioned before, normally, except for the last year and a half, we've always had, after recognitions and ceremonies, we've had cake. So we are going to recess for 15 minutes and have some refreshments. They are in the lobby. So, and then we can enjoy them outside. And there's a banner up. And if you guys would like to take pictures with Dr. Roses, feel free to. So with that, I'm going to put us in recess and we will come back in 15 minutes. So why don't we say, what is that? Why don't we just say 7:55? Thank you. Reconvene the meeting at 7:53, a couple minutes early than the 7:55 time that I said, but we have another recognition agenda item, 4.2, it's the San Mateo Foster City Education Foundation annual gift. I believe we have a speaker.
Hello again. All right, so I think at the end, I will introduce you to our new board. I will introduce our 2020-2021 board and then introduce you to the new board. So I want to start with an announcement, and that is that we were awarded a $30,000 grant from the city of Foster City at their June meeting for the next school year. And we appreciate their support of our district students. So that's what I want to start with. So tonight, members of the Education Foundation Board, previous and current, and our staff are here to present Dr. Roses and the school board with our gift to the district. Thanks to the generosity of our parent, community, and corporate partners, we are excited to be granting $760,000 to the district. So this gift funds academic leadership, health and safety, and STEAM initiatives implemented this past year, and funding for the 2021-2022 programs. $226,000 for music, elementary music program, music books and instruments for the 5th grade music program, instruments for Bayside's middle school music program, $1,300 for literacy for the culturally relevant literature pilot program at Lead Elementary this year, which was spearheaded by Angela Collerer and Shannon Toomey. $322,000 for STEM, technology for the special education staff and students, thanks to the gala, which was Shar Watkins' brainchild. Digital innovation grants were given to the preschool programs and to all 21 schools. Year 1 of 3 for teachers on special assignment at TOSA to support science education. $93,000 for health and safety to help get kids and staff, students and staff back to school safely. Temperature scanners, HEPA filters in classrooms, and masks for all staff. $2,500 for teacher grants in partnership with SMETA. $30,000 for 1,258 backpacks with school supplies at the beginning of last year. $67,000 for staff and student support. 4th and 5th grade professional learning for 4th and 5th grade teachers, created and led by the district math TOSAs and SBMI. Teach Town curriculum and UDL professional learning, which will be coming in the next school year. We would like to say a special thank you to our partners, Chance to Excel Foundation, who has been by our side from the very beginning, Gilead Sciences, Silicon Valley Community Foundation, Adobe, Woodlawn Foundation, the cities of Foster City and San Mateo, and to the Foster City Chamber for showing us what is possible when you ask for what you need. And last but not least, thank you to our parent community for growing with us. This is about more than money for us. It is about the impact we have on all of our students and families. It is about creating educational opportunities for every kid in every school, from preschool through 8th grade, non-traditional and traditional learners. It is about helping the district provide experiences that inspire students to dream and create their best tomorrow. It is our pleasure to present you with this check. Okay, so let me introduce, we're going to take a picture. We would like to present to you, Dr. Rosas, and to the 4 board members. And I would like my previous board to come up. So our previous board is Diane Shu, John Pavlotsky, Angel Height, Marianne Wallace, Bob Hardy, Kim Krellin, and Katie Boyd. So can you, Sandra, you should be up here too, Marilyn. Sandra, come, please. Do it over here. Okay. All right, don't touch. Don't touch, right? I don't know how we're gonna do this.
Perfect. Gets through and I can tall.
Aren't you gonna be in the picture? Not this one. One, two, three.
Okay, if somebody gave me a $760,000 check, I'd be really. Thank you.
Okay. Kelly Saloma and Marilyn Kaplan, and they are part of our new board. We also have Molly Reedy, Christina Ogburn Chow, Annie Sai will be the new president, and Sajitha Vinod will be our new secretary. Diane will be continuing as treasurer. Kim is moving to office manager and off the board. And who am I missing? Oh, and Bob Hardy is continuing, and Angel Height is continuing, and Marianne Wallace is continuing. And I will be on the board as well. So thank you.
I know that we'd like to have comments and the board would definitely like to comment on this, but before we do that, I know we have one public speaker from the audience and maybe some virtually, but I'll call the first speaker, Joanne Bohegan.
Thank you, Joanne Bohegan, Chair for the Foster City Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors. Obviously, a little enthusiastic this evening to see the amount of monies that the Education Foundation has been able to raise for the district. Thank you for allowing me to have a couple of minutes to sneak into your agenda for what I hope will be a little bit more to celebrate. The chamber just held its annual meeting, and it has been a challenging year for us. This year's impact awards are focused not so much on employers, if you will, but on the connections and the capabilities and the possibilities that in working together we can achieve. This year, we absolutely want to recognize the San Mateo Foster City Education Foundation for its contributions to our community, not just in Foster City, but in San Mateo, as part of the Chamber Cares Initiative, which was an initiative that was created on the very first day the shelter in place was called. Our organization was deemed non-essential. What we have learned is that each and every individual in any level was absolutely essential throughout the pandemic. And together with our nonprofit partners, the Education Foundation being one of the, if you will, most dedicated and steadfast, we had the opportunity to create real bridges between our employers and our community. So this evening, I have the privilege of sharing with you what might not seem like the most awe-inspiring of awards, but oftentimes we walk through the cabinets of awards and we see spires of crystal. What we thought would be the most appropriate this year was truly that of a challenge coin, because every single day the Education Foundation accepted the challenge that was put in front of them. And it did so with the support of its district, with Dr. Rosas, and with all of you who have not really had the privilege to meet each and every one of you. So thank you for allowing me to be here this evening. This coin has the Foster City Chamber of Commerce logo on one side, and it has the logo for the city of Foster City on the other. What we have learned, and I shared comments earlier, is that community is our business. It does not matter if you are a resident, a student, a visitor. It doesn't matter if you are employed here, if you're passing through. Once you are here, we are a community, and we have to learn how to work together. The work of the foundation has been recognized. The impact that it's had is in the check that you have just received, which is extraordinary. And then beyond the Chamber of Commerce recognizing the foundation, we have a few other partners that would like to share their appreciation. Congresswoman Jackie Spears' office, the entire County of San Mateo Board of Supervisors, Assembly Mullen and the California legislator, Senator Josh Becker, our state senate, and the city of Foster City. I'm privileged to be able to say congratulations. Got a lot of paper.
Got a lot of paper. You're gonna have a wall.
Well, you know, but the reality is that it's all about impact. And you said the words in your own remarks. We can all spend our days doing lots of stuff, but if it achieves nothing, it's meaningless. I think those dollars are dollars, but the impact and the experiences that the foundation is enabling for our students is invaluable. So thank you from the Chamber of Commerce and on behalf of all of our partners, thank you all for what you are doing. And thank you for always accepting the challenge.
Love best.
Thank you for those comments and congratulations to the San Mateo Education Foundation. Before we go to board comments, just on the recognition, I just wanted to offer up, as we are doing this sort of hybrid in-person and online, if there's anyone in the virtual audience who want to recognize the San Mateo Education Foundation, if you would please raise your hand. We do have other items on the agenda, and there is a general public comment period for other items not on the agenda. But for anyone who wants to recognize the San Mateo Education Foundation, if you would please raise your hand. Okay, seeing none, I just open up to board member comments before we move on. Does anybody want to make a comment?
I'll make a comment. I really appreciate all the hard work of the Ed Foundation. My first experience, I think, was a fun run at Hillsdale High School, and I was just excited to be there and have t-shirts for my kids and let them run around and be active. It seems like you guys have come so far in such a short period of time, and so it's really impressive. I've also enjoyed becoming the liaison to the Ed Foundation this year and really getting to see all of the work that you do. It's like a strong and mighty board, and you guys are determined to make sure that all kids are getting what they need. And so I really appreciate all of your work. Looking forward to what's to come in the future. So thank you.
Yeah, I'd also like to make an announcement or just a comment. One of our special education parents, Julie Tang, is hosting a special education family play date / get together on Sunday, June 11th at 1 p.m. It is not affiliated with the school district, although all parents and families of students in the school district can. Comments on the Ed Foundation. Oops, wrong place. Sorry.
It's perfectly okay. I think we can start it over again later when we do announcements. Trustee Watkins, why don't you go?
Yeah, I'll go ahead. It's so exciting to see these checks grow and grow every year. I feel like I've now this is, I don't know, year 4, I guess, of having check presentations from the Ed Foundation. And I've got an opportunity to be the board liaison and convince you all to let me take this crazy idea of having a gala and ask me 1,000 questions about why I thought it would work and eventually say yes. And it's been just a real pleasure to see just the Ed Foundation grow and just the relationships that you all have built with both of our cities and local businesses. And it's really helped in so many ways to support our students in all of the initiatives that we're moving towards. So I'm so grateful, Colleen, for your leadership, and to all of the board members who have just really revitalized our education foundation and are really, it's the various things that we're able to fund, but it's also changing the way that we look at our schools and our district and really thinking about how do we support every kid at every school, not only our kid at our school, right? And in getting the buy-in from everyone in our district and community to be. I muted myself, okay. And so it's just been a real honor and pleasure to be able to both see all of that work and to be a part of it. So shameless plug for the gala that will be coming up in October 22nd, right, Marion? Okay, cool. October 22nd. So if you haven't heard from somebody already, you will be hearing from us. And thank you all so much for the continued collaboration and work together. We really appreciate it.
All right, let me try this again. Now that I'll say like the right thing at the right time. My goodness. Thank you so much for everything that you do for us, Ed Foundation. Just you extend what we're able to do by so much. Thank you for recognizing the importance of music and the arts as part of the education that we offer our children. Oftentimes that's the most expendable or the first expendable aspect of education. And I just really want to thank you both as a board member and as a parent that you bring that back and you give our children the arts education that they really deserve and give them more of a chance for a well-rounded education. So thank you.
I also wanted to thank you guys, the Sam Foster City Education Foundation. As Trustee Watkins had said, we've seen the checks grow. I think when I first joined the board, I think the check was somewhere around 80,000 or a little under 100,000. And to now get a check for $750,000 is absolutely amazing. It's amazing what you guys have done. Colleen, you specifically, when we first met, you talked about your future plans for the Edge Foundation and how you want to further spread the wings and your reaches. I mean, it is just absolutely amazing. The board who supports you, I want to thank you guys tremendously and all the community members who also contributed and to the actual corporations who've also contributed to the Education Foundation. You know, there's the old adage that it takes a village, and in a lot of sense, you guys are definitely part of our village. I mean, we could not have done what we did this past year without you. You know, last year was, I was often say the year from hell because it was absolutely crazy. But you guys were one of our first community partners to step up. You know, you provided the temperature scanners. You talked about, there was, I think, computer support. There was a bunch of different things that you guys definitely helped out. And I believe we have a whole box full of Education Foundation masks in the back. So I want to thank you from not only just like Trustee Warren said, as a board member, but as a parent. I mean, and just as a community member, you guys are amazing. And I can't wait to see what the future holds. To the new board members and to the existing board members who are terming out, thank you so much. So thank you. Okay, so we are going to move on to our regular agenda. Now that we've had kind of come back to normal and had some recognition items, we are going to go to item 5.1, which is public statements related to non-agenda topics. The San Mateo Foster City School Board cannot act upon any matter that has not been included and publicly posted on the agenda, except under limited circumstances as permitted by law. The board may refer matters raised in this form to staff for investigation and or action where appropriate. Diane, would you mind opening up the public comment period?
Yes, to our attendees, I'm assuming, President Chin, we have no one for public comment in the boardroom.
Yes, thank you. I think we are now switching mainly to virtual, and considering our lower attendance virtually, let's set the timer to our regular 3 minutes, please.
Great, thank you. To our attendees joining us via Zoom, if you would like to make a comment to the board on this agenda item, which is non-agenda items, please raise your hand now. We will begin with Scott Rafferty. Scott, please go ahead.
Thank you. Received a very conciliatory email from your attorney a couple hours ago, suggesting that we reset our relationship regarding the California Voting Rights Act proceeding, and I will certainly endeavor to do that. I've only missed one of these original resolution of intent meetings before. I really do try to show up. I try to, get some people to show up and be supportive. So that was a surprise. And I hope he'll keep me posted. I trust he'll keep me posted in the future. You had your first hearing, and I've seen the video. I suppose the good news is that, first of all, at the board meeting, I heard only limited reservations from board members. And in the first public hearing, there were 3 supporters, and if there was opposition, it would usually show up by now. You did a good job of posting materials and notices. It's not clear exactly when you'll finish up. The timing is really awkward, and that's one of the reasons I was disappointed. The census yesterday confirmed it was going to provide its new data on the 16th of August, and if you go in the traditional 90 days, you're going to be ending 3 weeks later. So it's going to be hard to include that data, and there is a possibility that the county committee could approve a map that is completely obsolete, in which case you'd be free to pretty much do whatever map you wanted in one hearing once the 2020 data is available. I mean, I'm not going to be too adversary about that, but it's unfortunate if that would happen, because it looks like there's been a kind of an unusual growth in minority in the last 2 years in your area, and I'm not sure that the census will capture that or not, but there's a lot of uncertainty. So anyway, I wish you well. I'll try to get things on the right track. It'll be a good reform, and I think long-term it will help the district. I'm not sure it's going to damage any of you, frankly. That's certainly not an intent. So let's hope it all works out. Thank you.
Thank you. President Chin, we have no further hands at this time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rafferty, for your public comments. We are moving on to item 5.2, which is just the reading of public statements related to agenda items. Persons will be called on at the appropriate time. So moving on to item 5.3, foundation and committee reports. Does anybody have anything that they would like to report out for foundation or committee reports? Okay, that was quick, but let me just double check. I will report out that we had a City of San Mateo liaison meeting where we introduced our new superintendent, Diego Ochoa, and we also did give an update to the City of San Mateo about the ongoings of the district. Nothing major to report out, but it was just a good liaison meeting. Other than that, I think it was actually a pretty quiet week as we celebrated the last day of school. So let's move on to item 5.4, which is our SMETA, CSEA, SMEA updates. Diane, would you mind pulling in our representatives?
Yes, I'm bringing them in now.
Thank you very much.
I can go first if you guys are ready. Yeah, okay. So it was a very quiet past couple weeks for CSEA as well, so I don't really have much to report there. So I would like to take the opportunity to again thank Dr. Roses for everything you have done and how great you make your employees feel, and just for being the wonderful person that you are. And I'd also like to thank the entire board as well as Dr. Roses. I know this has been an interesting year. I guess we'll just say that. And it's been pretty hard for these board meetings, and they haven't always been the fastest. So I want to thank you all for everything that you've done to make student safety as well as employee safety the forefront of your decision making when reopening schools the way you did. And we all greatly appreciate it. Other than that, I don't have anything else. So thank you all, and I hope you have a wonderful summer. Joan, have a fabulous retirement.
I'm happy to go next. The teachers we all had our last day of school. I can speak for, I think I safely speak for all the teachers when I say that we are relieved to have this school year in our rearview mirror. We're excited for the summer. Summer school starts on Monday, so those of us who are going to do that are looking forward to welcoming students on Monday. I also am happy to announce that we were able to settle our contract negotiations for the final year of our final year of our 3-year contract with the district in record time. So I want to acknowledge the district team for that. Really appreciative that we've gotten to a place where we can cut out any like posturing, and we can just all get right down to the business of doing what's right for students and teachers. So I want to appreciate the district for that. I also want to give a shout out to the Ed Foundation, if they're still in the audience, and thank them again for partnering with SMETA to do teacher grants. And then last but not least, of course, I want to thank Joan and wish her well on her retirement. I want to thank her for being probably the kindest and most compassionate leader I've known. Her unwavering willingness to listen. I'm incredibly grateful for the collaboration over the years, and her support of me personally when I assumed the role of SMETA president 5 years ago. I really appreciated how Joan supported me in that role and that transition. I'm truly grateful for that. So it's been a pleasure and an honor to work with you. I'm sure your family is looking forward to having you back, but you know, you have family here as well. And we're looking forward to seeing what you do next. Plus I have your cell phone number, so there's that. So I want to just go ahead and wish you all the best. I know I'm gonna see you around, I know this is not goodbye, but have a fabulous retirement with your animals, keeping the koi pond full of water, and taking care of all the dogs. And to the rest of the board, I also want to wish you a wonderful summer. It's been an incredibly hard year. I'm glad that I appreciate all the hard work that you guys did in support of us this year. So thank you.
Okay, so it's my turn. All right, so good evening. I think you all know that I'm here representing SMEA, and I just want to most importantly express our sincere gratitude to Dr. Roses. Being an administrator is a complicated, emotionally and physically taxing profession that requires mental strength, intelligence, flexibility, leadership, patience, and caring. It's not really a job that anyone can understand unless you've lived it. Our commodity is an emotional one that truly is more important than any other industry's product. It is the well-being and education of our children. And our job doesn't follow a clock. We don't get breaks just because the day, the week, or the school year is over. Dr. Rosas has dedicated her career to our district students, families, teachers, principals, and management. She has worn every hat that is possible to wear in our district, and she has led us always with heart and caring. Her priorities have always been centered around what is best for kids. Dr. Rosa's career was punctuated with 15 months of the most challenging circumstances that no one could have predicted, and she did so with grace. Bearing the weight of the stress that families and staff were under due to the pandemic, she shouldered our pain. Tonight, I am honored to be able to thank her for sharing her caring with our district for so many years, and we wish her the best in her retirement. I believe that goodness comes back to us, and her service to our community will definitely reward her as she finally gets to clock out and take care of and enjoy herself and her family. So thank you, Joan. I made it through that hard part. Okay, and the last part, I just want to say that we do look forward to a new chapter in leadership, and we are ready for the work of starting a new school year in August with Diego Ochoa. We also wanted to say goodbye to some of our SMEA friends who are moving on, and we wish them the best in their new endeavors. I hope that our leaders will have some time themselves or to themselves over the next few weeks and take a little break from staffing and scheduling to spend some time with their families and do the things that recharge them. So thank you very much. And that's all for tonight.
All right, thank you guys so much for your comments and your updates. I think that this has been a wonderful addition to our agenda, just to be able to hear you guys. So thank you so much. Moving on to item 5.5, announcements. Does anyone have any announcements? Trustee Warren.
Let me do this in the right place yet again. So one of our special education parents is hosting a special education families get together over the summer, just so we can build community within that community. And that will be Sunday, July 11th at 1 p.m. at Farragut Park. And hope to see special education families, anybody who wants to come and learn more about what it's like to be a special education family, allies, everybody's welcome. And so we'll be having a conversation about what that's like.
Okay, I don't have any announcements either. So we'll move on to 5.6, Superintendent Report. Dr. Roses, your last report.
I think I've spoken quite enough this evening, so I will just thank everyone again for the honor this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Dr. Roses. Okay, item 6, proposed consent agenda. All items on the consent agenda are considered by the board to be routine and will be enacted by the board in one motion in the form listed below. There will be no discussion on these items prior to the time the board votes on the motion, unless members of the board, staff, or public request specific items to be removed and discussed from the consent agenda. The superintendent and staff recommend approval of all consent items. Movement of any recommended consent item is appropriate at this time. Does any board member have any items that they would like to pull? Trustee Proctor?
Yeah, I need to pull 6.1.5.
6.1.5. Okay.
I don't necessarily need to pull it, but I would like to highlight the fact that we are spending $274,663.31 on staffing for special education and non-public agency ESY summer programs. So these are people that we are paying outside of our district employees.
Thank you, Trustee Warren. And as we just segue to make sure that we're doing everything making sure that all the technology issues are here. So why don't we does anyone want to make a motion with the exception of item 6.1.5?
I will make a motion to approve the consent agenda without 6.1.5.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Roll call vote. Trustee Proctor,
Yes.
Trustee Warren,
Yes.
Trustee Watkins,
Yes.
thanks, and I will vote yes as well. The consent item has been approved except for item 6.1.5. So we will hear that now.
I actually just needed to pull this because I'm still on the board of directors of Star Vista, so I'm going to abstain from this one.
Trustee Warren, would you like to make a motion for approval or?
Certainly. I make a motion that we approve the contract agreement with Star Vista for early childhood mental health consultation for school year 2021-2022.
Fantastic. Thank you, Trustee Warren. I will second that. We'll do a roll call vote. Trustee Proctor,
I will abstain.
Trustee Warren,
Yes.
Trustee Watkins,
Yes.
and I will vote yes as well. So that has been approved. Okay, we are now moving on to item 7.1.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Dr. Rosas, and community. I'm Sarah Drinkwater, Assistant Superintendent Student Services, and will be presenting with Alma Ellis, Director of Special Education, and Amy Fickenshire, the Chair of the Cdac Committee this evening, and giving an update related to special education programs. So I will let Diane, she'll be presenting the slides for us this evening. Thank you, Diane. So again, a special education and Cdac update this evening. For you, our agenda includes 6 topics. We will be sharing with you about Child Find and special education services, as well as special education brochures. Alma Ellis will share that information for you. I will talk about the CSACE update and the status regarding the special education audit that we received recommendations in March of 2020. And then at the end, Amy Fickenshire will share some information with you about Cdac. Alma?
Good evening, President Shin, Board of Trustees, Dr. Rosas, and community. The Department of Special Education is happy to provide information on Child Find as requested by one of the trustees. On this slide, you will find that Child Find mandate requires all districts to identify, locate, and evaluate all children with disabilities from birth through age 21. And this is inclusive of all children who reside within the state, children who attend private schools, public schools, highly mobile children, migrant children, homeless children, and children who are wards of the state, and extends to identify all children who may need special ed services, even if the school district is not providing special education services to the child, and that includes students who have been parentally placed in private schools. Next slide, please. Thank you. For preschool referrals, we receive our referrals from the regional centers, parents, medical providers, preschools, and child development centers. And we have a preschool intake team or preschool intake teams that respond to these referrals. And these are the referrals over the past 3 years. The apparent decrease in referrals in the school year 2019-2020 could be attributed to the disruption caused by the pandemic. Next slide, please. We also receive referrals from our 16 private schools, which are within our catchment area. And we do have a private school team designated to respond to the private school referrals. And they are to offer an IEP, a free and appropriate public education, or consultation services through an individualized service plan. If an offer of FAPE is made and parents choose to keep their child in the private school, the district offers consultation services, which could be from an educational specialist or speech and language pathologist, depending on the needs of the student. Private school providers can consult with district service providers in terms of instructional strategies or instructional accommodations that can be provided at the private school of attendance. And these are the private school referrals over the course of 3 years. Next slide, please. And we also receive referrals from our school sites for assessment to determine eligibility for special education services. And these numbers reflect initial referrals to determine if a student qualifies for special ed. And the following are total referrals received across all of our schools over the past 3 years. Next slide, please. This slide will provide you an overview of special education services according to eligibility category. The total number of students change on a regular basis. In this slide, please note that the number of students served in the district programs added to the students served in the county programs and number of students served in the non-public schools do not add up to 1255. And that is because the numbers were pulled on different dates. Some of the students included in the 1255 count have already been exited when we pulled the numbers of students in the district programs, the county programs, and non-public schools. As of today, we have 1209 students served in the district programs. Next slide, please. We are also excited to introduce to you the special education brochures. These brochures were developed to describe the services that are being offered to students with IEPs to increase their access to the general education curricula and be able to engage in meaningful activities with their typically developing peers. The brochures will provide information on the roles of the different service providers, the process for referring for special education services, and how the services support specialized academic instruction in the least restrictive environment. 3 examples of the brochures are shared with you here. The rest of the brochures can be found in the special education website on this link provided. Slides 9 and 10 will reflect that psychologists are not tied to assessments. They also provide behavioral support and counseling services at the school sites. They provide staff trainings relative to special ed, as well as parent consultation. During the pandemic, the school psychologists created the Ask the Psychologist webpage, also posted in our website, where they respond to parent questions and provide strategies that help them get through the challenges associated with remote learning. Next slide, please. Pretty much slide 10 is actually the back of the brochure. The brochure on slides 11 and 12 was developed by our speech and language pathologists, and just like our psychologists, our speech and language pathologists are not tied to assessments or therapy. They can also facilitate social skills groups while addressing pragmatic challenges. If the student is having difficulty asking for help, joining games or interactive activities, or advocating for oneself, the exercise of these skills in the natural environment can be facilitated by the speech and language pathologists. Next slide, please. So slides 13 and 14 provide information on the referral process for students who may require specialized tools or strategies to support and or extend their current mode of communication. Students who are nonverbal or may have motor challenges can benefit from these tools and strategies. Next slide, please. So we invite the community to check out the brochures in our website. The Spanish version of the brochures will be available soon, and I am turning over the presentation to Dr. Jim.
Thank you very much, Alma. So I will share some update information about our CSACE plan. As you know, over the past year and a half, we have shared with you the process as we developed our comprehensive coordinated early intervening services plan. And as you remember, it was presented in December 2020 and was approved by the California Department of Education at that time. As a reminder, our plan centers around the area of significant disproportionality. So that is related to Hispanic and Latinx students who are over-identified as students with disability under the specific learning disability category. And so 3 meetings were held with the administrative leaders of the 7 targeted schools, and they're listed for you there on the slide. We met on May 17th, June 4th, and June 7th. And across those 3 meetings, we engaged in a number of activities and discussions about the CSACE plan. The first meeting on May 17th was very much an introduction and overview. And our goal for that meeting was to share with the group sort of the catalyst of the work, the significant disproportionality issue that we are addressing. We also wanted to lay the foundation by talking about the data, and sort of we call that the call to action. So there's the catalyst for the work and then the call to action, the data about our students here in the district. We shared with them foundational work that had already been completed and went through the root cause analysis and the 3 outcomes that were developed from that data review and the root cause analysis. In the June 4th meeting, there was also, that was a stakeholder meeting as well. And the measurable outcomes were discussed in a bit more detail, as well as the activities associated with those 3 outcomes. I'll remind you that the 3 outcomes are related to multi-tiered systems of support. That is outcome number 1. Work with our English learners, integrated and designated ELD work is a part of outcome number 2. And outcome number 3 is looking at eligibility data that so that we have a more appropriate and concise process through student support teams and data that is reviewed prior to a referral to special education. Our final meeting on June 7th involved more input from the school administrators. We went over, sort of reviewed what our goals were from the previous meetings, and then asked the leaders to provide us with information about opportunities and challenges as they looked at this work. So they shared with us some opportunities, such as it's a time that we can examine best practices. We can look at every aspect of the educational work with our Hispanic and Latinx students. The use of MTSS as an overarching framework. Some of the challenges that they shared with us were timelines. The CSACE plan is a short timeline, over 24, 27 months. You know, asking about, wondering about the volume of work and how the staff at their schools will be included in that work. On June 7th as well, we talked about the MTSS principal on special assignment position and how that role would support the overall work of the CSACE plan, and got into a little bit more detail about timelines and resources that will be available to them and their schools. So that, as you can tell, we are moving in and getting well into the implementation stage of the CSACE plan. And we'll continue that work as the new MTSS principal on special assignment joins us in July, and work with principals as we return in July and August and begin the new school year. Next slide, Diane. And I wanted to then share with you the audit update from March 2020. Some of trustees were with us in March 2020. Some maybe would be new now. But back in 2019 and 2020, partially into 2020, two special education professionals, Sandy Klutz and Jack Lucas, conducted an audit of our special education programs, interviewing staff, administrators, parents in the district. And with their work, they concluded with 6 areas of recommendations for us, with a total of 66 recommendations. The 6 areas are vision, communication, staffing, curriculum and professional development combined together, procedures and compliance combined together, and fiscal. And a bit of time ago, I provided an update earlier on, and I know that trustees were looking forward to a further update as to the progress on the recommendations. So as part of your board packet, you also received an attachment with a grid, a colored grid with green, yellow, and gray boxes. The recommendations are underneath each of the 6 areas. And if one of the recommendations it's green, it indicates that that recommendation has been completed or changes were made. Some examples of recommendations that are in a green status are that we have identified, and through this past year, worked closely with a lead psychologist from the school psychologist group and a lead SLP that has been very helpful with the work of the special education department. We have also been involved in collaboration with Cdac with parent training on IEPs and special education work and compliance. So there's also, you'll notice another green recommendation is the special ed leadership team, which was reinvigorated over the past 1.5 years since Alma has been here. There are regular monthly cohort group meetings, and we did hire for 2020-2021 one additional coordinator as well as an accounting specialist, and both have been invaluable in supporting the work of the special education department. If there is a recommendation in yellow, it could be due to the pandemic that some items are still in progress, or it might reflect that an item is cyclical or repeated. And some examples of recommendations that are coded yellow is the provision of professional development. That is something that is ongoing and continues. Of course, you are well aware of the curricular professional development that was held at the beginning of this school year in August and through the fall of 2020. We also are continuing to develop the inclusion work, the vision and plan for increased inclusion across all schools. So you'll see recommendations related to that in yellow as well. Gray is a color that I used related to recommendations that go beyond the special education department and would need district involvement to come to fruition or make decisions about. And some of those that are in gray relate to considering a separate pay schedule for some special education positions or employment incentives when hiring. Another one would be the offering of credits related to professional development opportunities that happen, or an increase in required training days to staff contracts. So those you can see are in gray. And I also provided for you the sort of number of recommendations that are green, yellow, and in gray. So there has been quite a bit of movement on the special ed recommendation, and the status is much farther along than the update that I gave several months ago. And so now would be Amy Fickenscher with a Cdac update. Amy?
Thank you, Sarah. I'm glad to be back tonight to give another Cdac update. So thank you for having me. I first wanted to talk about our last Cdac meeting of the year, which was our May 25th Cdac meeting. And it was a parent education presentation from Emma Elizalde called Understanding Dyslexia. It was a very well-attended meeting. We had 115 people on the call. So thank you also to the district for helping us to publicize the meeting. The link on this slide here is where you can find the video recording of the presentation. It's on the Cdac website in the meeting archive page. I also wanted to share some high-level takeaways from the presentation. So the ones I selected to share tonight are that best practices for dyslexia, such as multimodal reading and phonics instruction, are helpful and effective for all students. Also, 1 in 5 students have dyslexia. And the presenter also emphasized the importance of phonemic awareness and decoding skills when choosing curriculum and instruction. Another thing she mentioned was that many schools and districts do universal screenings for dyslexia for students as young as kindergarten. Thank you to everyone who attended and participated in that meeting. Again, it was really exciting to see so much engagement from our community. And I know that there were many community members involved that may not necessarily have a child receiving special education services. So we were glad to be able to bring some information to the larger community as well. Moving on to our priorities for the next school year. In our last Cdac update, I mentioned to you that we would be focusing on inclusion and IEP compliance. We've requested and plan to look at site-specific data regarding special education student performance in math and ELA so that we can help identify best practices happening within our district and bring recommendations to the board so that we can truly start to serve in an advisory capacity. As we heard in tonight's presentation, 400 of the 1,209 students receiving special education services qualify under the category of specific learning disabilities, which is where dyslexia falls. In looking at the special education APR data that was shared at the April 22nd board meeting for proficiency in math and ELA, we saw that only 14.81% of students with IEPs are proficient in ELA. At the next board meeting, we also saw, or the last board meeting, I'm sorry, we also received data that was presented in the LCAP presentation. And that data included that in 3rd grade, only 3% of English learners, 4% of socioeconomically disadvantaged students, and 3% of students with IEPs are meeting the F&P grade level benchmark. So to repeat that, that is only 3% of English learners, 4% of socioeconomically disadvantaged students, and 3% of students with IEPs in 3rd grade are at grade level with the F&P benchmark. So this data points to a real area of need for students in our district. As a Cdac, we are encouraged to see plans in the LCAP and hearing about them tonight for increasing inclusionary practices and universal design for learning. We would also encourage the district and the board to adopt an Orton-Gillingham or similar multimodal reading curriculum to use across student groups to help move the needle in improving ELA proficiency among all students.
Moving on to outreach and engagement. The Cdac will continue to hold meetings via Zoom. We've had really great participation with this platform. And of course, we would like to be able to be in person and use a model similar to what the board is doing tonight. And we will also continue to use Spanish translations for our meeting. We would like to increase engagement across school sites. And one way that we would like to do that is to identify a contact person or liaison, likely a parent at each school site, to help with outreach, identifying areas of need that may be site specific or just what's happening at a certain place, and also in identifying areas of interest for parent education and resources. We are also hoping to put together a back to school social type event for families to connect with each other and with district staff if they're available to attend. And we will share more information about that as plans are finalized. I also wanted to take the opportunity tonight to say thank you to Joan for her work with the Cdac. I have enjoyed getting to know you over this last year and a half, and I appreciate your support and guidance as the Cdac has really been formed this last year and a half, and also your collaboration with parents in the district. So thank you so much for that, Joan. And we do also want to welcome Diego Ochoa as our incoming superintendent. The vice chair, Jennifer Mayman, and I were able to meet with Diego a few weeks ago, and we are looking forward to meeting with him and the level of expertise in special education that he'll be bringing to this role. So we're excited about that as well. And we will miss you, Joan. Thank you for all of your work with us. And finally, our first meeting of the next school year will be Tuesday, August 31st at 7 p.m. So keep your eyes open in the fall for information about that meeting. So thank you so much for having me provide an update again tonight, and I'm happy to answer any questions as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. And to just to add to what you were sharing about dyslexia and the Orton Gillingham, we've already begun work with that over the summer. There, some teachers will, if they're able to, it's in July, and there are different sort of dates that they can register for. But there's some teachers who will be starting Orton Gillingham training this summer. I hear we say OG for short, so Orton Gillingham. And wanted to share that as you address that in the previous slide. So thank you for your update. And as Amy mentioned, we're available or here for any questions.
Thank you, Sarah and Amy, for that great update. I will open it up to board member clarifying questions, if there are any.
I'll start. And realistically, Orton Gillingham is OG because it is like one of the originals. So, but bang, had to do it. Thank you very much for your presentation. I really appreciate it. I think it's always a good idea for us to keep a finger on the pulse of where our special education programs are, simply because those are very vulnerable students, and we've got parents who may or may not understand completely how to make sure that their children are being appropriately educated and are receiving the education they deserve by their civil rights of being able to be educated. Some questions that I did have, and again, thank you for the child find numbers. I know I was that board member who was constantly asking for them, so thank you very much for getting those to us. It looks as if we had 451 children referred for a special education assessment. How many of those students received offers of special education and FAPE? I was just curious if we had those numbers.
We would have those numbers, but we didn't bring them with us.
Okay, sure.
So we just brought the actual child
Of
find.
course, I do appreciate that.
Percentage of eligibility following that.
Certainly. So I would, at some point, I would really like to just kind of have an understanding and an idea of how many students actually do receive or would be eligible to receive special education. I also looked at the brochures, and that's a phenomenal job that was done on them. I do like the idea of, having giving a parent something to hand out, or giving them something to put in their hands so they have a better idea of what the service that their child would entail. One brochure that I found on your website is about the BASIS program, and I would love to know a little bit more about that program, because I understood what OT is, I know what speech is, I know what PT is. BASIS is a whole different acronym. And so I was wondering if you could speak to that a little bit, since we're talking about services.
Yeah, we are actually in the process of modifying that program, but it's it's the behavioral support services that we provide our students. We have a program specialist assigned to actually coordinate the behavioral needs and respond to the behavioral needs across the district. And under her, she initially started with 4 behavioral technicians who help in implementing behavioral intervention plans. But we are trying to restructure that program so that we will have more expertise and more district hires implementing the program. Right now, there are behavioral technicians coming from agencies that provide support to our students, but our goal is to actually, when we revamp the program, is to hire BCBAs, more BCBAs in our district who can provide better guidance in the development of behavior intervention plans and in conducting functional behavior assessment, and at the same time, hire behavioral coaches that will support the school sites in implementing a calibrated way of supporting our students.
So how would a board certified behavioral analysis tech or BCBA, how similar would that be to a behavioral coach?
They serve different functions.
Sure.
The BCBA will pretty much focus on the appropriate assessment tools to really identify the behavioral needs of the students, and at the same time recommend the appropriate behavioral strategies based on the applied behavior analysis framework.
Certainly.
And then the behavioral specialists will actually train the behavioral coaches in implementing the behavioral plans, and the behavioral coaches will go out to the school sites to provide coaching and support to the direct service providers, which could be paraprofessionals.
So a behavioral coach would be somewhat akin to a behavioral interventionist or a behavioral technician.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Okay. So I see the hierarchy now. Thank you for that. And yeah, I do see that over this past school year, we ended up hiring 113 employees to educate our special education or assist our special education students, ranging from aides to one-on-ones, PTs, OTs, speech therapists, resource teachers. Do we have any plans in place to start hiring more of our own instead of spending $6,793,608 on temporary employees?
So we have brought this this concept to the board about how we are working on growing our own. And I think maybe this would be something that Sue Weiser would be able to best answer.
Sure. Okay, wonderful.
But
Thank
Sue is here. She can answer. Sue, can you talk a little bit about what we're doing as far as recruiting and hiring our own staff?
Yes. As I've reported before, and I'm happy to report that we are continuing our work and trying to build a pipeline to grow our own teachers. We are also, wanting to also support our paraeducators as part of that pipeline. So the district has a couple different programs. One is we received a grant to support classified staff to go get their teaching credentials. We are also developing partnerships with universities. So we do have a partnership with Alder Education, and we are going to have 4 to 5 teacher residents working in our schools coming in the fall. I'm really trying to also get teachers of color in the special education program. We are also developing a partnership with San Jose State to create a pipeline for our own special speech and language specialists. So we have a summer program where we're going to have student teachers working with our students, providing compensatory time. And then we're also going to be hosting student teachers in the fall as well as the spring. So trying to grow a pipeline there.
Okay.
So.
Wonderful. I'm so sorry. I have like all sorts of questions tonight. I apologize to my fellow board members. As far as psychologists, I noticed in the brochure for the school psychologist, obviously you mentioned that they did more than just testing, that they also offered counseling. But I thought each school had its own school counselor. So who is referred to a school psychologist versus who sees the school counselor?
So I do think that it's important that our school psychologists concentrate on the testing and the work with the special education department, and that we do have a differentiation of programming that goes on with our counselors. However, what's important to know is that any psychologist in our district can provide counseling services. So if you'd like to address that further, Alma or Sarah.
No, I would say that that is absolutely correct. We do have, sometimes students with IEPs have particular needs in the counseling area where the counselor at the elementary or middle schools are serving, the whole community, and it might be some behavioral issues that have a counseling component if a student already has an IEP, where the school psychologist could be very instrumental as they work with the student across their whole IEP plan.
Okay, so it would be for more students with the ERMS or the educational mental health support, IEP or IEP goals, or both?
Yeah, the IEP goals or ERMS, so correct.
Yeah, okay, wonderful. And then I see that we have, I have the org charts and RSP assignments in front of me, and I understand that each RSP can have a caseload of 28 unless we have waivers. I'm just wondering what our RSP caseloads are, and are they appropriate?
When the outside auditors had completed the audit, that was one area that they mentioned they had heard about. And so Alma put a structure in place this past school year, the school year that just ended, and part of 2020 as well, so that there's a review monthly about their caseload, and we did not have to request a waiver to CDE this school year.
Would there be, is there like a backup plan, say, like for whatever reason, like we end up having a lot of resource students, I'm just going to pick at Audubon, and I see that they have one of their resource teachers that left at the end of the school year. So actually they have no resource teacher. So at this point, who's like, we have 30 RSP students at Audubon, who's going to cover that? I mean, I'm hoping that you have somebody that you're thinking of placing there. But say, that does go over the 28.
So currently there, and through May and June, there's been interviews for open positions. And I would ask Alma whether in particular Audubon, that was the example.
It doesn't matter. It was just an example.
And so those are currently being filled, and then we would have the new org chart, for next school year when those positions, have been filled, other positions as well.
Yeah, and also going back to the org chart, I'm also seeing that of the 6 program specialists, we've had 3 leave the district as of the 17th of 17th of June, one of which it had the 9 preschool special day classes, Beresford, San Mateo Park, the NPS and private school in the county. Now that seems like a really big caseload. So I'm just curious, what are the caseloads for the program specialists?
Program specialists do not provide direct services to students,
Sure.
so there isn't a caseload. They support the staff that are providing the services. So whether it is that position that you describe or another one, a program specialist does not have a caseload of students that they're serving, so it doesn't fall under that requirement.
Certainly, I know. I was looking at that, and I just, again, pulling that one out as an example. Like I said, preschool intake, we've got that. I'm assuming that same person would serve as the program specialist for the preschools as well. And when I counted, there's 9 pre-K special day class preschools. Beresford, San Mateo Park, NPS, I'm assuming that's all the NPSs, which we seem to be sending our kids to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, I think it's 8 or 9 NPSs. And then the private schools on top of that, as well as the county schools. So, and then I look at the next one, and it's just, it's pretty heavy too, in terms of, what they're covering and where they're covering it. So it was just one of my concerns is like, are we burning our staff out?
So some of our staff have moved on to some promotions, which was really exciting for them.
Good.
But there is some talk among the group about how to reorganize. So I think we'll leave that to Diego. And Diego Ochoa, Sarah, and Alma, they want to talk about that.
Wonderful. Let's see. I did have, okay, so and then just going on CSACE, and I promise everybody this is going to be my last question. I was able to pull up the original presentation that was dated 12/9, and it looks like you're aiming for an end, like a goal date of having everything implemented by July 2022. And that's still the current implementation deadline that you have?
So I do want to talk to that because I talked with Sarah about some of these checklists. It's like a checklist, but the reality is that some of them are checklists. They're truly done.
Okay.
But as Sarah Drinkwater pointed out, some of the things are cyclical. They are PD. And so I'm even wondering if when it comes to 2022, would we say that they were completely done? So that I don't know that it's a checklist that will all be done at that point.
Right.
So
I do understand that, but some of the things that jumped off the page to me were some of the concerns, and that they came up in phase 2, such as the district lacks a system for implementing MTSS with consistency and reliability. Not all teachers feel equipped to provide an integrated ELD, ELA assessment, and I'd have to pull up.
Okay, so those two that you're bringing
these
up,
are the things.
Yeah, those are important because that MTSS is the major work that's coming out of the Equity Task Force and a number of different areas. It's coalescing, and it's a piece of work that I think you're really going to dig into in the year to come. And so that one is something that I think you'll see a lot of progress with in the
Wonderful.
in
And
the
then like
upcoming year.
the third one that was presented in that original presentation was there's no consistent process for collecting and analyzing student education data when making determinations to assess students for special education services. Now, I'm hoping that that's already starting to come about. I mean, I'm delighted to see numbers starting to show up, but I'd love to continue to see more of the data. And I'm hopeful that that will continue to come. And I think that's really all I have to say.
Thank you, Trustee Warren, for those clarifying questions. Does anybody else have any clarifying questions before we go to public comment on this item?
I had two. I was wondering, and maybe this follows up on Trustee Warren's questions. Do you have with you, and if not, if this is just numbers that we could bring back, what the total turnover in our special education department was this year? How many, both like program specialists, educators, staff? Do you have that now or no?
We don't have that, percentage.
If you could bring that back for the next presentation, that would be really helpful. And then one question I had was around, I know one thing that we've heard about in the past, and I'm asking it now because I know, plans for fall are in the works, and that PD is on the list of, areas of focus. I'm just curious if you could talk a little bit to what the plans are for fall PD for special educators and what that integration with general education might look like and what kind of that initial thinking is. Yeah.
Right now, we're very much in conversation with Superintendent Ochoa, and he has met with David, myself, other staff and many staff from across the district. So the plans right now are still in development. It's not a question I can answer with specificity because we're right in the midst of it right now with him.
Okay. I guess maybe can I, is there an intention to have integration with general education and special education professional development at
Yes,
like a high level?
absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
And we can add that to something that we bring back as well in the fall to learn a little bit more about what those plans are. That would be very helpful.
Yes, and I know he would want to share that, that it be shared as well.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Why don't we go to public comment on this item? Diane, would you mind calling for public comment, please?
Yes, to our attendees, if you'd like to make comment on this agenda item, please raise your hand now. President Chin, we have no hands raised.
Is it okay if I make my comments? I know I show up on the panel side. Thank you. Thank you, Diane, as well. I just wanted to make a comment on the audit recommendation status chart. I'm excited to see all of that progress, but I did want to just share that one thing that specifically stuck out to me was the item about response time to emails and communications, that the district has put in place a policy to respond within 2 days. And that just hasn't been my personal experience when it comes to email response time. And as Cdac chair, I do get quite a few emails, unsolicited emails from other parents saying, I've reached out to this person and this person and this person and this person and haven't heard back, and who should I talk to next? And so, I refer people to the org charts online and to Alma, but I guess my reason I'm bringing this up is I'm wondering how the district is routinely measuring that these goals are being met. So in this particular case, you can set a policy, but there does need to be monitoring and accountability for continued maintenance of the policy. So I'm just wondering how that is also applicable just across that, that status chart, because I know that it is a policy that has been put in place, but it's not necessarily being implemented across the board in an effective way. So I wanted to share my personal experience with that. So thank you.
President Chin, we have no raised hands at this time.
Great. Thank you, Amy, for your comments. I'm going to officially close public comment on this item and open it up for board member comments. Anyone would like to go first?
I can jump in, and Amy, appreciate that because I actually had the exact same, I guess, comment / question that I was going to ask as a part of a comment. So would love for, I would love to actually know a little bit more about, I guess, how those are, well, I guess I have a larger comment around feeling like, and I think I mentioned this at the last time that we kind of shared this chart, is I think a lot of these things are hard to be kind of marked off as completed because there aren't very many of them that for me look like something that is just done that we don't come back to, right? I feel like none of them, I mean, maybe if they're yeah, none of the ones that none of them appeared to be kind of ones that you could like check off and just be done and not come back to. I guess I'll just leave it there. And so it's hard to review the chart as being completed. And then I do feel like some of the ones that are completed have kind of contradicted what I feel like we have heard directly from some of our families or educators or staff. And so I guess my question is how is it being determined that these are being completed? Who's involved in making that decision, and what, I guess, information is being gathered, which stakeholders are in the room? Because I feel like, and if not everyone is in the room, I think I would like to advocate for there being a process that incorporates all stakeholders in reviewing that and making a decision about where we are on kind of a spectrum of completeness maybe, and then how we keep coming back to it to follow up on kind of the progress monitoring piece of things. So, you know, our educators, our staff, our families included in the analysis and evaluation, and then what is the plan to continuously monitor the progress. So maybe you could actually, how is that being determined right now? Is that just a special ed leadership kind of decision currently, or are there other individuals that are making a decision about whether or not something is complete?
It's a special ed leadership and staff. It isn't something we have shared sort of back out with families to get their input solidly on all of the information. So that's a note that I've made about a broader input as to the status. And you know, as you mentioned, some of the recommendations are not static. It isn't. I mean, the ones related to hiring a position or making a decision that is sort of in a box, yes. And so in some ways, it's a little bit hard to manage it in terms of the status because things are not static. Things repeat. I mean, professional development is never, doesn't end. So I just made some notes about stakeholder input.
Great. Yeah, and I think just in general, and I think maybe I mentioned this before, I think kind of seeing that, this will kind of follow with like a second more specific, I guess, comment that I have around inclusion, but I do think having a overarching, the audit checklist is a part of a bigger work that's happening in special education, right? And so I guess my thinking is like, what does sort of a plan look like for the next year, for the next 3 years, for the next 5 years? How do these pieces fit into that plan? How are we, what is that sort of kind of program management look like over the course of those years? How do we know how we're doing? Who's involved in that decision making? Kind of all of those pieces. And I'm wondering, I would love to see something like that from special education. I would love to see something like that for inclusion specifically, right? Like, what does this mean that we're going to do next year? How is that going to move the needle for kids? What does that mean? How is that going to be different, in 3 years? And really kind of laying out those goals and being really clear about how we're going to track that and being really clear about how that impacts kids and what our goals for that are. So I would really like to see something like that as we kind of move into fall.
I was just gonna say that I agree with Trustee Watkins' statements. And actually, when I was looking at the chart, when I looked at some of the green items, I was thinking, yeah, how could you mark it green if it's not quite, if it's like a continuation thing? And so I was almost envisioning that you could take the audit finding some of them and maybe create some sort of like self-assessment for the special education department where you're continually revisiting and, you know, determining whether we're still following those recommendations. So that was my one comment. And the other one is just I'm really impressed with the Cdac group and the work that they're doing, and really looking forward to hearing more about the collaboration between what the Cdac is doing and the district. So thank you for this presentation. Really appreciate it.
Okay, yes. I will say, thank you very much for bringing this presentation to us. It's very helpful to see, for me, kind of where we are on some of these goals and some of these suggestions that were made by through the special education audit. Some of the things that are marked green, I think that's great that we are making the progress on them. However, I'm just wondering with some of these, can we do them better? You know, one that stands out to me is utilizing a district mentor program or buddy systems for new teachers and administrators. I think that's so important, especially if you're a brand new special education teacher and you're just new to the whole thing, and to pair up with another special education teacher just for best practices. But when does that mentorship, when is that supposed to happen? And how is it incentivized? How many, you know, these are just rhetorical questions at this point, but how many are willing to do that, to offer the mentorship? You know, I'm seeing having a school nurse team provide training to paraeducators on medically related procedures. Well, that's wonderful, but is it within their scope of practice? It would be one of my concerns. Also, we have only 4 school nurses. So is that enough to really create a school nursing team for a 21 school district? And especially when you look at the variety of medical needs of some of our special education students, ranging from kids with spina bifida to other physical illnesses and ailments to behavioral wraparounds that end up needing some medical support. So that would just be another thing that I would be concerned about in terms of like, okay, we've got this, we've checked this box off, but does it remain checked off? Is it the best check off? Sort of a thing. Another thing that I noticed too, when I was going through just the settlements and the NPS placements and, you know, the NPAs, NPS for those that aren't in special education is a non-public school, which is a non-sectarian, non-private, or it's a private school, but not a private school. But an NPA would be a non-public agency. So when I'm seeing that, you know, we're paying out as of October 22nd, Stepping Stones Group, 63 employees. We're spending there. I mean, I am so glad that we're working on that pipeline of trying to get more of our own people so that we're not starting this school off with, you know, a long-term sub and a special day class. And I know that that has come up before because we've heard public comment related to that before. Or having a teacher come in and, you know, not even lasting for the whole first week of school. That's also has happened where I know in the past we've had to pull program specialists to cover preschool classrooms because they couldn't keep the teacher. So I really feel like we need to look back and we need to investigate that and look and say, okay, just ask ourselves those hard questions as to why are we having to hire so many outside agency staff. And like I said, you know, that was 113 staff this year at a cost to the district of over $6 million. We had 24 students by my count not being able to receive their FAPE or free and appropriate public education for, again, let me just translate some of the special ed speak. You know, they were placed at, like I said, what did I count? 24 students, and I forgot what, 9 to 11 schools across the Bay Area. And that cost us $2,390,852. We had 6 settlements, and this was all pulled from consent agenda for this entire year. All of these settlements were related to denials of the free and appropriate public education or procedural errors. And that cost us $4,064,800. I can't talk right now. I am so sorry. Too many numbers across my page. But that total that we're spending, not necessarily on the students in our district, but that's going out of our district, is over $9 million. I would love to try to pare that down and take some of that money and be able to actually spend it on the special education students that are staying in our district, whose parents are trusting us to enforce and to make these IEPs, which these meetings last forever. And it ends up falling on the parents to make sure the minutes are met. And we don't know if our children are actually getting the minutes that are allocated in their IEP, unless we're keeping track. There are kids that are exited out of special education that may or may not be ready to be exited out. There's things that can be done so much better. And I feel like Alma and Sarah, you guys have a great starting point, but now we need to sit or not even sit, we need to put our running shoes on and we need to go and do it. And I am looking forward to being able to go and make some of this happen and get our children that have IEPs, that have we didn't even hear anything about students with 504s. Because I understand that those are just accommodations. Those aren't exactly special education. Is that still correct?
504 plan is about accommodations for the
It's
student.
accommodations, but it's not special education, correct?
They don't have IEPs giving specially designed instruction. That is correct.
Okay. So, I mean, that's a whole group of kids that, it's kind of in that shadowlands of they kind of count, but they kind of don't, because some of those accommodations are more specialized. So I just feel like we've got a great starting point that we can do right by these 1,200 students that we have. And we need to really start doing that. And I'm looking forward to seeing what your next presentation is for the first quarter, and to seeing where we're going with this and seeing how much we're improving and how many students are actually being able to access their education in an appropriate manner. And yeah, so thank you.
Thank you, Alma, and thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Amy, for that presentation and all your comments. And thank you, Trustee Warren, for all of your comments. One of the things that you definitely said that I was thinking of as we were going through this presentation is sort of the running shoes and, start running. And when I look back at everything where we have come from, where we have been, even pre-audit, I did feel like, well, we're just crawling in some ways. We're trying to figure out, we're pulling all these things together, right? We get the audit, and then you get this matrix, and you kind of start walking, and then you get more additional funding through Measure V and everything. And so we're kind of walking, and then COVID hits. But now I do feel like after this update and after looking at the matrix and everything else, yes, there are some where I think that, maybe we wouldn't classify as green, but there are also some that are classified as gray, which we know that our HR department is really actively trying to recruit and also give additional money for special education. So I know that some of those could be checked off at a later point, but I do feel like we're about to start running, and I feel like I can't wait to sort of see where we end up. I feel like we're putting this whole past year, pandemic year behind us. And I really feel like with the additional resources and staffing that you guys are getting and having, and with the audit that is sort of leading the way, and our Cdac, thank you, Amy, for everything you've done and everybody else there. I really do feel like we are hitting our stride. And I can't wait to really start seeing some major movement there. And I do agree with a lot of everything what my fellow trustees have said. So I want to thank you guys for your time. I also do look forward for the next update, and I think it's going to be great. So, and especially with Supervisor Ochola's background too, I think this will be really helpful. So again, I really just look forward to really running and seeing the big differences that we can make. It's sort of taken a while, but I do feel like we're getting there. So with that, I'm going to end this item. And before we actually move on to the next item, which is 7.2, I wanted to request Dr. Roses if you can make an additional language translation announcement, please.
¿Hay alguien que necesita traducción? Por favor, levanta la mano. ¿Hay alguien aquí que necesita traducción en español? Por favor, levanta la mano. Ah, sí, ok. Entonces, Sonia, por favor, empuje el botón del mundo para traducción. Probablemente está haciéndolo. Okay, so we have one person who is using the translation and can push that world button there. Okay, gracias.
Fantastic. And then I just want to make another announcement as we are all transitioning from this, I guess, June 15th in terms of the reopening of California. Our public participation in the audience has dwindled to 0. And I know that only the 4 of us are completely vaccinated. So if you guys so inclined, I feel like we can definitely take our masks off because we're all just getting used to this, right? Or getting back to normal. So hello, and we actually can see everybody's faces again. Yay. So let's move on to item number 7.2, the Parkside Montessori curriculum adoption.
David, did you want to go ahead and introduce our speaker this evening?
Sure, yeah, thank you. So Diane, if you would go ahead and promote Principal Nima Tahai to a panelist, and then also to present the slide deck. We're here this evening. Obviously, Principal Tahai and his team have been working intensively over the last year and a half in really, as a result of the board's support in building out the Parkside Montessori program. So we're here this evening with a specific request for your approval that has to do with the alignment of the Parkside Montessori curriculum with the Montessori model and the curriculum waivers that curriculum adoptions and waivers that alignment has led us to. So Nima, I don't know if are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, please take it away.
All right, thank you, David. Good evening, board members and superintendent. I am honored to be here tonight to represent Parkside Montessori, to give you an update on how our school's doing, as well as a deep dive into our request for curriculum adoption. We are currently a TK5 Montessori school. We launch 6th grade next year, which I'm really excited about, and launch 7th grade and 8th grade, the 2 following years, for us to become a full TK8. And so this adoption addresses both our TK5 needs as well as that expansion. It's been over a year since you all have been able to come out to visit Parkside physically. So I thought I'd kind of give you a glimpse and ground us back in what does a Montessori classroom look like. And just a reminder that in a Montessori classroom, we have a really carefully prepared environment where teachers have crafted lessons and materials that are designed to support the natural development of a student's individual drive to learn. So just kind of wanted to ground you in this idea of when we talk about our curriculum for Montessori, it is not going to look like what most curriculum looks like in your traditional district schools. And I'll talk more about that tonight. A small just glimpse into when I reference Montessori curriculum, there's in many cases, it's what you're seeing in these pictures here. It's hands-on, concrete, self-correcting materials that are intended to pique a student's curiosity. They're supposed to be really appealing to the eye, attractive. Students want to get on the ground, start working with these, and that they move from the concrete to the abstract. And so our students are very much hands-on learners and have the independence to be able to choose what they work on during different work periods with the teacher's guidance and support. And so in this way tonight, I'll be talking about curriculum that looks like this, that's Montessori specific, as well as areas where we need to supplement with some more traditional curriculum that still fits the Montessori approach to teaching. Okay, so I have now finished my second year at Parkside. Geez, this last year felt like a couple years, but this is year 2 that's done. Our school was gifted with a Montessori coach this year, which has been amazing. And so when I sat with Julie at the beginning of this year, while we tried to hold down pandemic learning while also keeping an eye on the future, there were a couple of things that were important when we thought about what are our curriculum needs as we think about our expansion as well as the current state of our school. First and foremost, we are striving to create a Montessori program with fidelity. In a public setting, that's not always easy, but that is our North Star. And so when we think about our curriculum adoption, we want to make sure we're always leading with Montessori curriculum first. Now, what's really helpful with having Julie on our team is that she's gone through and actually mapped out how far will the Montessori curriculum get us. A lot of this curriculum was crafted by Dr. Maria Montessori, and back then the Common Core standards didn't exist. So if we just did the Montessori curriculum, we actually could not guarantee mastery of the Common Core standards. And as I say to our families when they come to our school tours, what we want for our children is the same as every other school in our district. We want mastery of the Common Core standards and supporting the development of our children to become just really excellent adults, caring, creative, nurturing. Where the Common Core sets the bar, if Montessori doesn't get there, then our school will be supplementing with other curriculum that fits the Montessori model, but is not to a T Montessori curriculum. And so we outlined some of that tonight. And as we expand to TK8, we have to make considerations with our end in mind. What is it that we want to be true for our 8th graders? And how does our program build on itself? And how does the curriculum actually align from TK all the way to 8th grade? Also considering that our age spans are different. We have TKK classrooms, 1st through 3rd grade classrooms, 4th through 6th grade, and then 7th and 8th grade classrooms. Okay, so here's what the adoption means for us. It means we're gonna have all the Montessori materials that we need to actually implement our program with fidelity, as well as having the supplemental curriculum we need to ensure that we're meeting the Common Core standards. And in that way, we have a fully well-rounded program where we are delivering on our promise of Montessori, but also getting for our students what our district is promising for all students, which is mastery of those Common Core standards. And this adoption also means that we're ready for our 8th graders. Next year we'll have our 6th graders, but that we are not waiting each year to figure out what it'll look like, but starting with this moment with our 6th graders, understanding here's what our curriculum will look like in 8th grade. Okay, so a little bit of a deep dive on each of those 3 points. And just to kind of, some of these I'll move through quicker. We've mapped out the Common Core standards. We know where they hit with the Montessori curriculum, and now we're looking for where they're going to supplement. And what we found is that the Common Core, when you map it onto the Montessori in the early grades, especially TKK, or what we refer to as primary, could almost be a standalone. You could just do Montessori and meet those Common Core standards. But as you move higher up into the grades, there are more and more holes that we need to fill in order to meet the rigor of the Common Core, especially in ELA and especially in science. So those are 2 areas we're looking closely at. And tonight is about us saying, hey, even though we're leading with Montessori, we do have some curriculum needs to do that supplementing in order to meet that ultimate goal. And so we've done our backwards planning. We know exactly what curriculum is going to get us there. And we know with that curriculum in mind that we're sharing with you tonight, that it also meets our needs as a TK-8 school. So here's some of the specifics. So in subject areas, for all subject areas, kind of if you were to take one headline from what I'm sharing tonight, we're leading with Montessori first, which means that the Montessori core curriculum is something we're asking for you to help us adopt a waiver for tonight. That's part of our request for a curriculum adoption. The cost for this is some of those beautiful materials that you saw in the earlier slides. We're in an expansion mode right now. We're adding classrooms as well as grade levels. So each time we add one of those classrooms or grade levels, I'm in conversation with David saying, hey, we have to fully equip that classroom, along the same lines as I would be talking to our business office saying, hey, we need furniture for those classrooms. So that's kind of a top line for you all to know as part of the request. One of the areas we're looking to supplement is in English language arts, and a waiver that we're asking for there is to use the Teachers College units of study, and the cost associated there to get our teachers the curriculum in hand, as well as the classroom libraries, is a one-time cost of about $150,000. We've gone through and priced this out and kind of got to a point where we feel pretty good about that number, as well as the additional cost of any time we add another classroom or another grade level. The good news is Montessori is not about a lot of consumable student books. So in the way that some curriculum every year district needs to order a bunch more workbooks for every class, that's not something that, it's a big upfront cost, but it's not going to be this number every year. This number is really about getting that teacher curriculum in hand, as well as those classroom libraries. In math, we are not asking for a waiver. Montessori curriculum is actually very strong in math, and it's one of the areas where we need the least supplementing, and also an area where the rest of the world has evolved to adopt a lot of Montessori practices in terms of conceptual understanding. So with our district's adoption of Zern and TK5, and we're not sure what it'll look like, but we believe with Math Nation in 6 through 8, we're at this time not requiring any waiver there. We feel good about the Montessori curriculum as well as those two supplements. And in science, our district has adopted TWIG and TK5 because our classrooms in upper elementary are 4th, 5th, and 6th grade. We are asking for a waiver to use TWIG in 6th grade because all those students are in the same room learning together. And then for 7th and 8th grade, which will be two grades together standalone, at this time we're planning to use the district adoption as well. So this kind of gives you broad strokes of where our program has been, some of the analysis we've done, and what we are asking for your support moving forward. And I'll stop right there.
All right, so that gives you an overview of the request, and we're seeking your approval. I do also, just as an added point, want to remind you that Parkside actually is one of our Williams schools, and so it is a school where when we provide information to the county for the Williams review process, we need to provide them with evidence that either the school is using the adopted curriculum or the board has approved the use of other materials. And so this decision tonight, of course, is tied to the compliance around the Williams process. So we turn it back to you for any initial questions.
Great. Thank you for the presentation. Opening up to board member clarifying questions.
I just had one question. I guess I was wondering, how does the curriculum that you're proposing to adopt compare to the other Montessori school, like North Shoreview?
David, you want me to fill that?
Yeah, go ahead.
To the best of my knowledge, North Shoreview right now is also using the Teachers College units of study. So for us, really, this is just formalizing this. We're kind of newer on our Montessori journey. And I think plan to continue collaborating with North Shoreview in the future. But at this moment, we're finding that, we're having our teachers use materials that are not exactly, they need materials that they don't have in hand, or we're kind of scrounging a little bit. So we wanted to make this formal, that this is what our school will be using as well.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Let's open up to public comment. Diane, do you mind
Yes.
opening public comments?
For our attendees on Zoom, would you please raise your hand if you'd like to make public comment to the board on this item? President Chin, we have no raised hands. Oh, one. Hold on. Nicole, please go ahead.
Thank you, Board and Superintendent Rosas. My name is Nicole, and I'm a parent of 2 children at Parkside Montessori. And I just wanted to thank you all for your support of our expanding Montessori school and your continued commitment to adding the middle years program, starting with 6th grade this fall. Your commitment to adding a Montessori TOSA has been invaluable for our whole community and has helped to align the Montessori curriculum with Common Core. And for that, we are very thankful. And we are grateful for the vision and leadership of our principal, Mr. Tahai, in continuing to build and strengthen our program and to support our staff, students, and parents. So thank you to you, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Rosas. And we look forward, or I look forward to working with Mr. Ochoa in the future in solidifying our program. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Nicole. Randy, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to pipe in and echo what Nicole has said, and just to express profound gratitude for the board support and for Dr. Rosas's support and leadership in just ensuring the continuation of Parkside as a Montessori program and investing into that and into the really providing such strong leadership in Mr. Tahai and in Julie Mamis. And this is, I mean, Parkside is in the best shape that it's been since the time that even preceded the time that I've been there. And it's been wonderful, and just much gratitude. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. President Chin, we have no raised hands at this time.
Okay, I'm going to officially close public comment on this item. Thank you for those comments. Nima, looks like you have your hand up. Do you want to follow up before we get to board member comments?
Yeah, well, actually, no, maybe I just didn't want to miss the opportunity to also echo what my parents said. I don't know the process here, like if my screen disappears at some point, but I just wanted to say a big thank you, especially to you, Joan, Dr. Rosas. Thank you for believing in our program and for supporting us, for making sure 6th grade launches next year. I mean, I don't know if you'll ever get all the credit you deserve for how much you've pushed for that and how much you've partnered with me to make that happen. And so just grateful for you, and to the board. You know, just knowing that our program is still in its nascent stages, we're still building a lot, and that you might be seeing a little bit more of me with requests like this, but we're just trying to get things lined up, and just grateful for all your support.
You've been a fun partner.
Thank you, Nima. Open up to board member comments, if any. No.
I'll just say I hear a lot of echo. But if we have a Montessori magnet program, it just makes sense to have Montessori curriculum. So to me, it's kind of a no-brainer, because otherwise, what's the point? So I really am excited to hear more as you add more classrooms and add more grades as it comes. And I look forward to seeing and just kind of the data that goes with the outcomes. So yeah, I think that's great. And I think this is totally a worthwhile endeavor to pursue.
I completely agree with Trustee Warren. Obviously, this is something that, we may have been using, but we need to make it official as we go ahead and expand Parkside. So on the topic of the curriculum, I completely support it. I just wanted to, I think we've all sort of segued into the Parkside, I wouldn't say expansion, but the middle years. Nima, I think it's fantastic to see you. I remember right before COVID, you were coming to our meetings a lot because there were a number of requests that you needed in order to make Parkside middle year successful. I feel like, it's been more than a year and we haven't seen you. And so I'm so glad that you're coming back to request for this curriculum. Tonight, we've talked a lot about leadership and Dr. Rose's leadership, but when we talk about the Parkside and the Montessori program as a whole and what the board went through 2 or 3 years ago, I feel like we could not have done the middle years without you, Nima. And so I really want to appreciate your leadership and your time and effort in making Parkside successful. So I honestly can't wait till the next school year for us to actually come to Parkside. And I still have my Parkside t-shirt that I was given last time, Parkside Tigers. And I want to be able to walk in and see a 6th grade class. And I think it's going to be fantastic. So I want to thank you for everything you guys have done. David, thank you for the presentation. And with that, I would love it if any board member would like to make a motion on this.
I can go ahead and make a motion. I move that we adopt Montessori curriculum for Parkside Montessori K through 8.
I will second that.
Thank you, Trustee Warren, for the motion and Trustee Proctor for the second. We will do roll call vote. Trustee Proctor.
Yes.
Trustee Warren.
Yes.
And I will vote yes as well. So the motion has passed and it is passed 3-0. So thank you very much. And we are moving on to item 7.3, which is the LCFF local plan indicators for the 2020-2021 school year.
All right, I'm back with you again on this item. I would invite you, as well as the community, if you would please just open the attachment in tonight's agenda, which is the actual state report that we're submitting to you tonight for approval. Historically, the LCFF local indicators work is done in November, December, and tied to the upload of and publication of the California dashboard that occurs in December. The state this year actually moved that requirement. We will still do the upload in December when the California dashboard comes out, but the state is now asking that the approval of this report be tied to the LCAP approval process. And in many ways, this is a right alignment, because effectively what the report is kind of another piece of what we would think of as the annual update, which is part of the LCAP. It is where we look at very specific local indicators tied to the 8 state LCFF priorities. And so you may notice that these are primarily self-assessments or other sort of internal data tracking, which we then get your approval on, and then it is presented on the state dashboard. Just to have absolute clarity, you'll notice as you go through that the report attends to 5 priorities: 1, 2, 3, 6, and 7. And you might wonder, well, what's happened to 4 and 5 and 8? Well, just to be clear, that the information on those is primarily through our state indicators, through our, for example, the academics that's part of LCFF 4, as well as L performance is captured through, the CASP and the reclassification information. So it's only on these 5. So if you were wondering why is there these odd gaps, that is why. And you can see that depending on the item, it's either simply a process where leadership goes through and does a self-assessment and reports, or as in the case of the family engagement one, we've developed actually a survey tool, which you may recall that we've added as an expanded indicator or metric in the LCAP. So we developed the survey, we've beta tested it and run it through stakeholders for feedback on this report. And then starting next year, we'll be doing that survey district-wide to all of our families to get their feedback. So, so that, by way of just quick overview, is what we're presenting to you tonight. And I hand it back to you for any questions that you might have.
Great, thank you, David. Does anybody have any clarifying questions? Okay, why don't we go to public comment on this item?
To our attendees, if you have a desire to comment on this item, please raise your hand now. President Chin, there's no hands raised.
Great, thank you, Diane. I'm going to officially close public comment on this item, open up to board comments or discussion. This item is for informational purposes. There's no vote on this, so just for letting you guys know, does anybody have any comments? Anything?
I was just going to make a comment about the importance of the social and emotional learning and wellness when we get back to campus next year. I was reading the section on middle schoolers and specifically 7th graders. There was an increase in feeling chronically sad. There was an increase in students considering suicide. And so, just hoping everyone has a really great summer and comes back and we can get kids feeling good again. So just wanted to point that out.
I first want to thank you for giving us such a condensed version to read. This was infinitely easier for me to tackle in the time that I had to read it. So I really want to thank you very much, David, for that. I'm going to have to agree with my concerns that Trustee Proctor brought up about the social emotional. It is concerning whenever you hear anybody talk about suicide, but especially a 7th grader or younger. So I really hope that, yes, students have a rejuvenating year or summer, and to start to feel a little bit more, I hate to use this term, but normal compared to what it's been for the last year. And I also hope that we have such an amazing safety net for them that it's not just here on paper, but it's actually there, it's available at all the campuses, and not something hidden in a back room or back, in a bungalow or portable now, in the back of the school. I really hope that students are actively sought out that would need this help, as well as, the help is actively given to everybody. So I know sometimes things make it onto paper and make it into the LCAP, but then the actual delivery sometimes isn't quite where we're hoping for it to be. So that one in particular, I do hope that we really, really, really force and implement.
Great. Thank you for all the comments. Thank you, David, for that presentation. And as it's sort of related, I'm just going to move us on to the next agenda item, which is 7.4, Local Control Accountability Plan.
Okay, happy to be with you yet again. So we are returning after the June 10th presentation of the LCAP for information to bring you the final draft of our 2021-22 LCAP. I would draw your attention for the comments that I'm going to provide to the document that is described as edits and additions. We felt like after going over kind of just the broad strokes of the LCAP last meeting, that let's just zero in now based on the feedback that we received from you, as well as the continuing feedback from community and other stakeholders. What were the actual changes between the draft that you saw on June 10th and the final draft that you're seeing tonight? So let me talk through what is there in that edits and additions document. So just to clarify that, again, that the LCAP this year, just from a formatting point of view, is in two pieces. The one is the actual annual update of the 1920 LCAP and the 2021 Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan. And based on feedback we got, or actually the lack of feedback that we got on the annual update, we made no changes in that document. And therefore, the updates actually focus on the second document, which is most specifically the 2021-22 LCAP, which describes our goals and actions. So overall, across all of the 6 goal areas in the LCAP, we took feedback and added more specific in the actions, let me say specifically. We added more specific information to clarify funding sources, the actions that are directed at specific schools, and the actions for specific staff positions. And that included, with respect to staff positions, including their portion of full-time employment, or FTE as we use for short. So you would notice as you read across the different goal areas that additional information. So let me use that as a broad stroke across the goal areas and then talk about each specific section. So for goal 1, actually beyond some of that, providing some more specific information in the actions, we made no additional changes. And then for goal 2, again, based on some of the questions around the metrics, and really, heard very clearly the board's desire in the future to go back through these metrics at finer degrees of detail. But we did adjust the desired outcomes for 2023-24 on several of primarily the assessment metrics to reflect the goal that we would see a 5 percentage point improvement depending on the metric for the all students group, and then to capture most explicitly the acceleration that we're hoping to see in the implementation of the various actions, that we would see a 10 percentage point improvement for key equity groups such as English learners, socioeconomically disadvantaged students, and others. So we just wanted to get more clear and more specific about the growth we're looking for all students and the acceleration we're looking for those student groups. Also, just to note, in the actions for goal 2, we did a little moving around and pulled an action out of goal 5 and added it to goal 2. Then for goal areas 3 and 4, beyond, again, those overarching changes and providing some more detail in the actions, we had no additional changes. For goal 5, we actually removed 2 metrics feeling like they were, less precisely measurable in some ways as the other metrics. And so we'll work on those as qualitative updates, but not have the specific tracking information as part of the LCAP. We noted the move of one of the goals into goal area 2, and also we did remove action 5.5 from goal 5. And then finally for goal 6, much like we did in goal 2, we made adjustments in the desired outcomes, again, to reflect this same expected acceleration of various groups of English learners, including the overall group of English learners, as well as long-term English learners and our newcomer group and students in other groups, other typologies. And then we also added 3 actions. Well, I should say we added language to 3 actions that you can see in the document there. We added to action 1, action 5, and action 12 to just again to sort of strengthen the description of those actions and what they are intended to accomplish. So hoping that that approach to an overview of the changes that were made, would like to present this 2021-22 LCAP for your approval, and of course take any questions you may have first.
Forgive me if I missed this, but I did want to let you know that Superintendent Diego Ochoa, because he has been able to take vacation time and come to our district, has worked with David and others in the team to review and make some changes so that it can be a plan that is ready to implement in the year to come. So I don't know if you had said that, David. I may have missed it.
No, I did not. So thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you for that presentation and those comments, Dr. Rosas. I think it's a real luxury that we've had Diego Ochoa, our next superintendent, be able to take so much time and spend time with us as we have updated the LCAP. So it's a real positive thing for us. So that was just a comment, but just opening up to board member questions, if any.
See if I can unmute. Okay, there we go. I was just wondering what the rationale was for removing 5.5 from the LCAP.
Let me ask Sarah, I know you worked most specifically with Diego on that. Would you be able to provide more specific information on that one?
Yes, it's tied to the removal of the metric, that it is part of the still developing strategic plan. And so at this point is still a little bit under development. So it wasn't ready to put in there as specifically with a metric. And so they both came out.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Diane, if you wouldn't mind, can we open public comment, please?
Yes, to our attendees, if you desire to make public comment on this item, please raise your hand at this time. President Chin, we have no hands raised at this time.
Okay, thank you, Diane. I'm going to officially close public comment on item 7.4. And, oh, sorry, thank you. Did we miss one?
Randy, please go
okay,
ahead.
Let's reopen public comment. Randy, please.
Hi, yeah. I just wanted to say that it's really hard in the format that this presentation was given to not see the changes in the context of how they were made in the LCAP, just to have a goal number, and this was taken out, a goal number, this was taken out, but not to see what was actually, you know, a strike through in the context of how that was happened, how that was treated. It's really, really difficult to receive this this presentation like that, and for it to be informative to even an informed public. So I just wanted to give that feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy.
Okay, thank you, Randy. I will officially close public comment for this item, opening up to board member comments. This is up for a vote, so just be aware of that.
Okay, I'll go. Randy does bring up a good point that it's great if you have the changes cheat sheet next to the actual LCAP, or even better, I mean, I understand it's a 100-page document, so that is definitely hard enough to wade through to begin with. So on one hand, I do enjoy, you know, just kind of having this to go by, and at the same time, it's a little challenging to remember exactly what goal 135 is, for example. So maybe just a little bit of context, but I do appreciate, you know, taking into account what had been discussed. I appreciate, you know, this attempt at making it more user-friendly, to be able to understand and be able to follow. But yeah, but thank you very much for all the work that you've put into this. And I know it's been going around and back many, many times for stakeholder input and stakeholder feedback, as well as coming to us at the board, at least this is the third time, I believe. So I know that that's not an easy task necessarily to get all of the people that you need to have input on this. It's not easy to get them all, especially over Zoom. So I really appreciate the work that David, you and your team have put into this.
I'll just quickly thank you for the presentation and for being flexible and updating this based on feedback that that's been provided. And I think we feel heard, or at least I do. So thank you. I will make a motion to approve the local control accountability plan for 2021 to 2022.
I will second that.
Thank you. Don't you guys love how we can just like turn? I can look at you guys as we all get back to normal, more than new normal. Thank you for those comments. Roll call vote. Trustee Proctor.
Yes.
Trustee Warren.
Yes.
And I will vote yes as well. Thank you, David, and your entire team that worked on this. In some ways, it's actually very anticlimactic because, you know, we go through so many reviews of it. So when we actually approve it, it's sort of just, there are no comments. But in reality, you know, what it does show is all the work that you guys have done to actually educate us and listen to our comments and listen to public comments and stakeholder groups. And so I really appreciate all your work. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, moving on to Patrick. I see you popped up. It's 8.1, Bond Oversight Committee.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, everybody. First of all, I want to thank all of our Bond Oversight Committee members for their time and their dedication. We had very engaged conversations, so I want to share with you that they're very involved in reviewing this and take this role very seriously. So thank them for their support and their involvement. This is just an information item for you tonight that we have been able to meet with the Bond Oversight Committee. Additionally, our auditors have met with them directly and answer any questions they might have. So they have provided you tonight with a report that validates that the expenditures that the district incurred for measures L and X during the fiscal year 1920 were all in alignment with the bond language. Some of the audit was delayed because of COVID, kind of statewide. Our annual audit was delayed, so that the audit for the Bond Oversight Committee was delayed. But we look forward to bringing you the 2021 report in the fall. And I can just share with you too, the Bond Oversight Committee is anxious and looking forward to visiting some of the new facilities, including the Dr. Rosa's gymnasium that's out there too. So just an information item for you tonight. Any questions you might have, happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Patrick. Any clarifying questions from the board? No. Okay, let's open up public comment, please.
To our attendees, please raise your hand now if you would like to make public comment on this item. President Chin, we have no raised hands.
Thank you. I'm going to officially close public comment on this. This is an informational item. Does any board member have any comments they'd like to make?
I just wanted to thank the Oversight Committee for their work.
Thank you.
I also want to thank the Board Oversight Committee. I know that it is part of the whole checks and balances in local government, and especially when we have a bond that has been approved by the voters. It is the Bond Oversight Committee that definitely does the checks and balances on the district. So I really appreciate all your help, because we couldn't do what we do without you. So thank you. And I really do hope that in the fall, or I guess maybe only within a couple months, we'll actually be able to have ceremonial openings of our new facilities. So thank you very much, Patrick. Okay,
Great.
Moving on, I think, Patrick, that's you as well. Item 8.2 is the budget.
Right, so tonight for your approval, last board meeting, we were able to provide you with the information on a slide deck. We provide you with a narrative, the SACS reports. And so happy to share with you going into 2021, we have a balanced budget and anticipated balanced budget for the next 2 fiscal years after that. So very positive difference in a year, right? So the challenges we were faced with a year ago. So very positive overall for us. Just as a reminder, some things we're going to continue to monitor are the changes in our property tax growth. The budgeted growth we have is a little bit higher than what the assessor conveyed, but we typically see that the final numbers are a little bit higher. So I feel very confident with the 4% we budgeted. And then also the universal TK and the funding of universal TK for basic aid districts is something we have to monitor. So Dr. Rosas submitted some letters to our legislature to ask for that to be funded for basic aid districts, because if it's not funded, then that's gonna be a challenge we'll have to wrestle with as well. So, so we presented you the budget and asked you to approve the budget, and happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Patrick. Board member clarifying questions?
I noticed that when you were providing the narrative of the budget, mentioned something about SPED funding increasing, which is fine, and that's great. I was just wondering, it's the students with IEPs is where the funding is for. Is that correct? Or how is it decided how the funding comes down?
We could certainly do a breakdown for you, Lisa, in detail about how it all breaks down, but certainly the IEPs are funded through particular funding. So
sure. And then is there funding for students on 504s, or there's no funding whatsoever?
The AB 602 funding, right? So for 504s, Dr. Rose is shaking her head no. So it's not explicitly called out for that.
Okay.
Then when you look at the overall funding we do receive for special education and the funds that come from the general fund overall to supplement that.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah, I don't believe it is. We can double check, but
yeah, no, that's fine. I just was wondering, because
yeah,
SPED just is such a big,
right?
Big pot.
Yeah.
Big number.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, can we open up for public comment, please, Diane?
Yes, absolutely. To our attendees, if you would like to make a public comment on this item, please raise your hand now. President Chin, we have no hands raised.
Thank you, Diane. I'm officially closing public comment on this item 8.2, opening up for board member comments or a vote motion, because this is something we do need to vote on.
I was just gonna put another plug in for that potential budget roadshow, just because I think with Measure T and Measure V, like there's so much different, and one-time funds, there's so many different like avenues where money is coming in and going out. So maybe we can set that for the next new year.
Absolutely.
Oh, and I'll make a motion to approve the budget.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Trustee Proctor for the motion, Trustee Warren for the second. Roll call vote, Trustee Proctor.
Yes.
Trustee Warren.
Yes.
And I will vote yes as well. So same thing with the LCAP. It's sort of anticlimactic. You guys have gone through so much work for this, but we really do appreciate all the work that you guys have done. So thank you. Okay, we are rolling on to 8.3.
This one is going to be a lot of fun for you, I think. You had been very interested in solar energy, and that hopefully will bring some costs down and create overall savings for the district. So tonight we have a couple of folks who are coming on board to talk to us about this. So Patrick, did you want to introduce folks?
Sure, thanks so much. We have a few folks on with us tonight. We have our new, I don't believe last meeting you met, our new Director of Facilities and Construction. So Amy Rufo, welcome. Amy's got a tremendous background experience. We're really fortunate to have her on the team. Tish Brussels here with us tonight, and thank you to Tish for her extraordinary efforts as always to help move forward these wonderful projects. We have Tom Willard and his team from Sage, and I think it just might be Tom tonight. And Tom's going to share with you some comments. We've been engaged in a really wonderful conversation and really excited to share with you information. Personally, I'm pleased to hear that we can do as much as we can and make the footprint we believe we can make on the number of camps we can make. And Tom's going to walk us through some of the information. So.
Great, thank you. Good evening, all. And I'd like to thank you all for the work you're doing on behalf of your district. Really appreciate that. I was a trustee in Marin County for 8 years and spent many late evenings in board meetings. So thank you for your work. I really appreciate it. Let's see. So I'm going to share a screen here and we'll get started. So I've got a slideshow for you. You should be seeing the opening slide. Excellent. So Sage is a renewable energy consulting company. We're totally independent. We don't build these things. We don't manufacture them. We're actually consultants that provide technical expertise to your team. So we're on your side of the table totally. And that's our role here, is to represent your best interests. We're doing a feasibility study at this point, and it's being done in 2 phases. And what I'm going to talk about tonight is the first phase of that, which is what we call the feasibility review. The idea of the feasibility review is to go through as quickly as possible, look at all 26 sites that the district has potential for solar, and try to find the ones that make the most sense. And then we do a second phase called the investment grade feasibility study, which really focuses in depth on those sites. We go out and do site visits, and we do all kinds of modeling on it for risk analysis and things like that. Okay, so what I'm going to talk about tonight are project details, what the different design options look like, site selection, how we went through that, different ways to finance it, the preliminary findings that we got out of the feasibility review. We're going to talk a little bit about battery energy storage systems too, because everybody's interested in those. And then we'll talk about the final takeaways and next steps. So where we begin is sitting down with your staff and figuring out exactly what the goals are for the project and exactly what our scope is here. So on the left, We've got the scope, which is 26 district sites, and that includes the CNC kitchen and M&O and the district office. And we're looking at solar PV, photovoltaic systems, as well as battery energy storage systems. That's what BESS stands for. And we looked at 3 different financing scenarios. One of them is $10 to $11 million of capital that's out of the Measure T bond funds. A second one is a power purchase agreement. I'll talk a little bit more about these and describe what they mean as we go through. And then the third one is a tax-exempt municipal lease. The project goals that we're looking at are that it fits within the Measure T budget. Always a good place to start. That it reduces your operational costs. It optimizes financial returns. So we're looking at these different financing scenarios and trying to optimize that as well as the systems. And then it moves the district toward the aspirational goal of zero net energy on each one of your sites. So those are the goals that we're working with, and let's see how we do. So there are 3 different mounting options for, or design types that we're looking at for the schools that we're looking at here. One is shade structures, and shade structures are basically the same things that you see in parking lots, the carport shade structures, except they're in over play areas or areas where generally students congregate. So they provide shade for students. We also have parking canopies, and again, you're familiar with those. And I'm going to show you pictures of all these things as we go through here. And the last part of it is rooftop. And there are some sites with rooftop where we can put that on. It's the cheapest way to put solar panels on your schools, but it's also the most difficult because of the Department of State Architect, the DSA requirements. So we struggle with rooftop stuff, which is why you see only a few of these sites having rooftop. And so those are in our preliminary review. You can see we're looking at shade structures and carports at most of the sites, rooftop at a few. So what do these things look like? Well, this is a shade structure. This one happens to be at Benicia Unified School District. And you can see it's located, this one's located next to a play area, which is typical, and there are benches underneath that. Turn off my phone. And here are carports. I'm sure you've all seen these things. This is at West Sonoma County School District. And these are carports that are over both their employee parking, the school parking, as well as over their maintenance facility yard. And then rooftop examples. So these are harder to see. Usually you don't see them on roofs unless somebody's put them up there in a way that is meant for you to see. So if you were to climb up on the roof, you'd see that on the left. The panels are tilted about 10 degrees and they're usually ballasted. If you look closely at that picture, you'll see what look like cement bricks there, and those hold the systems down. They're also tied down with cables. Okay, so we looked at 26 sites that I talked about before. And again, we're looking at fitting it into that $10 to $11 million Measure T budget, and then maximizing your general funds and looking at the available area for solar PV. So not all sites are good sites for solar. They're, the parking lots are very small in elementary school sites oftentimes. And some of them are very complicated sites. There are sites where there's a lot of work being done or planned. And so we don't want to put solar on those sites until the work's done. And so we came up with a list of 16 sites that look like they would work for solar in this go round. Any questions about that so far? Great. Okay, let's talk about the financing options. So this might be a little bit hard to see, but on the left, on the colored sections over there, the green colored section on the top, this section talks about cash purchase. So you're purchasing the project and owning these assets yourself using Measure T general obligation bonds. And this is, when you buy something with general obligation bonds, the taxpayers are basically paying off that bond obligation. So the performance of the system, the savings from the system doesn't have to go back into paying off that system. So all of the savings you get on your energy savings at each one of the sites goes towards your general fund savings minus operations and maintenance. So again, we've got the 16 site portfolio that we just showed you. That's about $11 million portfolio. The district would own it. You'd have to have a separate operations and maintenance contract, which we put in place with all our public school clients. The second one down, the blue row there, is a power purchase agreement, or a PPA. And a power purchase agreement is where a third party, a taxable third party entity, designs, builds, finances, owns, and operates the system. And you have a contract with them. You buy all of the power that's produced by those systems at a contracted price. And there are a couple of good things about that. One is there's almost no, and there can really be no upfront capital cost to the district for this. All of the costs, including soft costs, can be put into the project financing. The incentives are really well aligned. So the system owner, this third party that owns these systems on your property, they only get paid if these systems perform. So if they stop performing, they don't get paid, they don't hit their financing targets. And so they're highly incented to make sure things work. Again, I mentioned you have to buy all of the energy that is produced by this. You can't just take what you want and let somebody else get it. It's a contract for all the energy produced. So we're very careful in making sure that the PV systems are sized appropriately when we're looking at these options. The third one is a tax-exempt municipal lease. It's just a classic muni lease. There are a lot of different names for them. Tamil is this one. You pay the lease payments no matter whether the system performs. It's basically like a typical loan. So at the end of this lease payment, at the end of the lease term, you end up owning the asset. You have to maintain the asset during the lease term. So it's basically, it's like a loan from a bank. It's structured as a lease. And this one has the lowest financial performance of the three we're looking at here. Your all-in financing rate right now for municipal lease for a school district like yourselves is probably around 4.5%, including cost of issuance. Any questions about those? Great. So what do we find? We're going to focus on the Measure T cash purchase because it far outperforms, as far as general fund savings are concerned, these other two financings. So we've got a 16 site portfolio. It's about 2.5 megawatts total of solar PV. Financing is Measure T geo bonds. Our estimated system cost is right around $11 million. Your 25-year net general fund savings to the district, so these are the savings to your general fund, about $22 million. And the net present value savings, so net present value takes the cash flow over time and discounts it. In this case, we're using a 2.5% discount rate, which is just about the rate of inflation plus school districts actually have higher inflation traditionally than underlying economic inflation. So we're using 2.5% here. That brings it down to about $16 million in today's dollars. And the simple payback is that $11 million investment is completely paid off after 15 years. Again, you're not paying that, the district taxpayers are in a geo bond, but we put that out there so you can see, yes, this thing actually pays for itself during its lifetime. And by the way, the lifetime of these systems are a minimum of 25 years. So the panels, the solar panels themselves are warranted for 25 years. And we expect them to last that long in 10, 15 years beyond that. So just a quick look at a cash flow chart here. You can see since the savings are accruing directly to the general fund, right out of the gate, you're saving money in year one, and it accrues, as we said in the previous slide, to about $22 million over a 25-year period. A little bit about battery energy storage systems. So it's complicated, as the graphs over there show you. So battery energy storage systems are pretty interesting. There's a lot of buzz, and there's been buzz about them for the last 5 years. What there isn't is a lot of savings from them. So if you had to finance these batteries, if you weren't just buying them, they wouldn't pay for themselves with the current tariffs that we have with PG&E and Pacific Clean Energy. So, and you know, it's kind of touch and go. A lot of people think if you put solar PV on your school and you put a battery there, then great. When the grid goes down, you can, you know, run the school because you've got a microgrid. You can do that, but it requires more, you know, design work, electrical design work, and some controllers, and it adds cost to do that. So we're not actually looking at that microgrid resiliency in these scenarios, but if we wanted to, if the district wanted to move forward and say, hey, a couple of these sites, we'd really be interested in providing emergency backup services for some of them, for instance. Then we might look at these battery storage systems and bring them on for those sites. Talk about it that way. Questions about that? Good. Okay, so key takeaways, just wrapping up what I just went through here. The project portfolio is financially and physically viable. We've got 16 sites, $11 million of costs, and you're offsetting about 75% of the energy at those 16 sites. And again, you know, we were looking at going zero net energy as the aspirational goal, but there are, you know, there are restrictions at each of the sites, on almost all the sites, which keep us from getting all the way to 100%. And typically we don't want to go all the way to 100%. We usually shoot for about 90 to 95% because energy usage changes over time and from year to year. And if you produce too much energy over the course of 12 months, you don't get much value for that extra production over the 12 months. Right now you get 2.75, you know, 2.25 cents a kilowatt hour from Pacific Gas and Energy, PG&E. So it's not worth overbuilding the system. So we're careful to just get close but not go over. The Measure T bond funding outperforms the other financing types. Carports and canopies with a few select roof systems. Something I haven't talked about yet, net energy metering. So NEM, net energy metering, is the tariff that allows you to hook a solar PV system up behind your PG&E meter. And when the solar PV system is generating more energy than you use on site, for instance, during the middle of the summer, when your kids aren't in school and the staff's not there, you're exporting energy out to the grid. And that NEM tariff allows you to spin your meter backwards and get almost full retail credit for that exported energy. Right now at the California Public Utilities Commission, there's a proceeding that's going through right now to go from what's called NEM 2.0, which is the current scheme, to NEM 3.0. So they're redesigning NEM. And the current proposals that are in front of the CPUC, it appears that the value of solar energy, so if you put a solar PV system on and over the course of a year, the average price or the average cost of that energy that you produce from the solar PV system, that might be 16 cents right now. With the NEM 3 proposals that are being considered right now, that may go down to 10, 8, 6 cents. So we're talking about maybe a 50% loss in value. So we want to make sure that you can get grandfathered on the current NEM 2 scheme before it goes over to NEM 3. And the way to do that is to get interconnection applications to Pacific Gas and PG&E by early November. So the current schedule for this is the CPUC is scheduled to make a final decision at their January meeting of next year. And the applications, your interconnect applications to be grandfathered on the current net energy metering scheme need to be deemed complete by PG&E by then, which means that they have to be able to look at them, ask you some questions about that, fix any problems, and say, okay, we're good. So we want to get those interconnect applications in early November, so we have that time to go through that process with them and make sure that we hit that grandfathering date. Any questions about that? That's it's a complicated thing. And the last thing we talked about the battery energy storage systems providing negligible savings, but we might come back in the second phase of this project and look at them if there's resiliency. Okay, so that next step. So next step is that phase 2 of the feasibility study that I talked about. And we call this an investment grade feasibility study. We've narrowed it down to these 16 sites. So we didn't spend a lot of time on all of it. We're really going to focus on these 16 sites. We get out there, we do site walks, we do a lot of in-depth risk analysis around it and financial modeling around it, and really dial in the designs so that, and we'll be working with your site staff as well to make sure that the placement of the arrays are good. And at the end of that, you'll get a final report. So that's and we're talking, and the timeline I've shown there for the final presentation, August, September timeframe. Okay, so that's everything I've got this evening. We put together a report, which you may have in your board packets. It's fairly long. Preliminary report. Any questions?
Great, thank you for the presentation. Board member clarifying questions? Anything? No?
I had one. I was just wondering if there was any savings in the second option where I forget what it was called.
I can back up. So there were, you mean a power purchase agreement?
Yeah, because you outlined what the savings would be to the district if we bought the equipment. I was just wondering, with that power purchase agreement, is there any savings to the district?
There are. Yes, we did see that it was financially viable. I don't actually have the numbers up here, but we can provide that, and I believe it's in our report, our preliminary report.
Okay.
Tom, would we say today many of the power purchase agreements, the typical range, if the investment from the bond is going to offset whatever you said, 60, 70, 75% of our electricity bill, if we did a power purchase agreement, isn't it in the 5% to 10% range you might see in terms of reduction?
Actually, the systems would all be actually the same. So it'll still offset 75% of your energy.
But you have to buy it back.
But you're having to buy the energy, right?
So the net savings is, as opposed to 75, you might have a 5 or 10% savings.
Exactly, right.
That makes sense, Allison?
But then there's no 11 million like outlay of cash, right? So
that's correct.
I'm just curious just to know the options,
sure.
What that looks like.
Right. Yeah, and I believe that we provided those tables in our report.
Okay, I'll look at the report.
And the report is attached to the board agenda.
Okay, thank you. I just had one more question. Sorry, Ken. And this is not for Tom. This is more for the district. I know when we looked at the facilities master plan, we had all of the projects and the costs. And I know that like even the immediate priorities exceeded the amount of Measure T funds. And so I'm wondering when we will look at like the budget for everything, because if this is going to cost 11 million, I'm just wondering what are we taking out, or do we have enough to like that budget sheet that we do for the other bonds? When does that come?
Could we take the slides down so that we could see one another? Thanks. Okay.
My pleasure.
Okay, go ahead there. Who would like to answer that?
We can certainly have that discussion, Allison. I'd welcome Tish's comments as well too. I think the factor that we also need to work on as well too is interest earnings in the overall calculations. They're not insignificant. When you sell a $100 million bond, we also have to be cognizant of arbitrage. So if we were to model out some simple, say it's a 3 or 4 bond sales, and then we have a couple year burn rate through that bond, we could do some simple modeling for you in terms of how much those interest earnings will generate for us relative to that overall dollar amount. But I think that as we get into perhaps some next phases and as we get some initial costs coming in, Not unlike the Measure X phase one, we did some planning and we've seen costs actually didn't come in at that total amount. So we have to walk down that path a little bit too, Allison. So that's a long answer to your simple question about when we're going to have that discussion, but I think it's going to take some time. But we might be able to look at something in, in the fall and winter of maybe model out some of that stuff too. We've got some time to get to those later bond sales.
If I could add to that, Patrick, at your invitation, you may or may not recall, members of the board, that in the HVAC feasibility study, the study came in with costs that were substantially under what has been projected in the bond by about $20 million, as I recall. Right. In addition to that, we have the multi-purpose projects that currently are about $10 million under what was estimated in the facilities master plan. And some of the things that were in the facilities master plan will not require all of the soft costs. So we set aside in the facilities master plan 35% soft costs, but things like the HVAC are not, HVAC, but also the solar, for example, is not going to take that kind of soft costs. And so between those three things and the interest that Patrick was talking about, I think we probably are looking at being able to close that gap. Now, does that mean that other things may not go up? No, we don't know that yet. And until we get all the way through, we still have to be very cognizant of the commitments that have been made and the dollars will be needed to do it.
I just one other commentary too, just to share with the team collectively, and that we have a very aggressive plan in place. I think Tisha's comment too about we're trying to stay in front of as much as we can the escalating cost of construction. So we do have a very ambitious and aggressive schedule we're pursuing. So I think that's a factor too. On the longer end, we're trying to accelerate on the front end as much as we can.
I appreciate that. I guess I'm just wanting to make sure that as important as solar is, that we're not kicking ourselves down the road, that we, spent money that we meant to spend somewhere else. So I appreciate, Tish, you sharing some of the savings. And it's just a lot of money and a lot of projects. So I'm just a little nervous. So thank you.
And there was one other thing I forgot to mention. If Peter were here, he'd mention it. And that is that he's been working very hard that the allocation for Chromebooks, so we have one-to-one Chromebooks, would not come off of the bond funding. So that saves another several million dollars.
Great, thanks.
Thank you for the presentation. I have a bunch of comments, but I have one specific question. In the report, and I just want to make sure that this is accurate. Of course, as Tish had mentioned, we're going through with an HVAC upgrade, but from the charts and I think the notes or the footnotes, it appears that you guys have included the additional energy costs in your analysis for the air conditioning.
That's correct.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Yep. Thank you. I just
even having the different architectural teams speak, but there's a lot of overlap in the projects we're working on. This is certainly one of them. There's others as well too. So we're having the architecture. We're trying to choreograph all those conversations.
Fantastic. Thank you. That's the one question I have, but I have other comments. So if there's no other board comments, why don't we open up to public comment, please?
Yes, to our attendees, if you would like to make public comment on this item, please raise your hand now. We will begin with Randy. Please go ahead.
Hi, thank you for this brief time to be able to comment on this. I want to just elevate the comments that Trustee Proctor was making about really what is the dollars and cents kind of investment versus potential savings of this, and having a really clear picture of what that is. Because yeah, solar is cool. I love it. We have it on my house. But in the end, I think that the business of the school district is kids in seats learning. And so how are we best doing that? And if that involves solar, great. But as a member of the public who's paying my taxes, I need to see how the dollars and cents of that works out over the 20-year, the 25-year lifespan of solar panels, and how that all works out. So thank you for the time.
Thank you, Randy. President Chin, we have no other hands at this time.
Great, thank you. I will officially close public comment. Does anybody want to start with board member comments, or can we jump in? Okay, I'll go. I think I really appreciate the presentation and the report. I think it's really great to actually see numbers. I think as what for public comment and per Trustee Proctor's comments, I do agree that we have to definitely manage our Measure T money wisely. There's one chart that I think is super helpful in the report, and I think it's on page 20, which sort of outlines the Measure T over the costs that we would spend and the estimated utility usage and the annual costs and how much we would save in net annual savings. And then the cumulative project cash flow, which then ends up to be 22 million at the end of 25 years. I think this is really helpful because you can kind of see what the actual overall costs are and then how much we'd be saving per year. And so you can kind of see that we would generally be saving, you know, in the first year, almost 700,000. And then it kind of slowly goes up over there, maxing out at over $1 million after 18 years, which is actually a fairly long time, in my opinion. So I think it's really helpful. I did want to make a couple of sort of statements. I think in my mind that this is sort of a really great start. I think that, you know, when you look at sort of what the report says as an aspirational goal, I would sort of counteract that and said, well, actually, I think that is the goal. It's not aspirational, it is the goal in the facilities master plan. So the idea that the report actually only in terms of the project focuses in on the 11 million that is budgeted for Measure T, I think is maybe not going far enough. I think the idea is if the goal is actually really to become a net zero energy district, and I'm just going to make that distinction, we're not looking at individual sites because we know that individual sites cannot accommodate, some can't accommodate solar because they're constrained. We're looking at it as a district wide. So if our energy costs are over $1.2 million and soon once we add air conditioning, maybe 1.5 or $2 million a year, the idea is as a district wide, what are we saving? And so in the correction, just to say that we're looking at 75% per site, I actually think that that's maybe not enough. You know, to me, I think, again, we're looking at district wide, not at individual sites. And so just stopping at 75% is I think it's a great starting point, but ideally I would want us to see how do we get up to that 90, 95% or even more. You know, I look at solar not just as something nice to have, but it really affects our bottom line. You know, the reality is I look at it as, and it's constantly in my mind, that we worked so hard for Measure V for that parcel tax, but that's a limited term parcel tax that ends in 9 years, or it was a 9-year parcel tax. So theoretically we have what, 5, 7, maybe 6 years left. You know, the idea is that that's a $8 to $9 million that we receive annually from the voters that honestly, after the last year we had, we may not actually be able to get that voter support again. So the issue is how do we maintain the district's financial stability and viability? So to me about, you know, kids in seats, absolutely it's about that, but it's important to make sure that we don't get back to deficit spending. And how do we look for additional money? PV and solar is actually one of the ways, because if we can offset those costs that are in the general funds that are just going off, that are completely unrestricted, and able to recapture that, because, you know, at some point Measure V will go away, you know, I think that this is sort of really viable. And we will never recapture the $8 to $9 million that we get every year from Measure V. But starting off at the PV, you know, net annual savings at close to $1 million, $1 million is what? At least 10 teachers, if not more, in terms of facilities, or if you look at it in soft costs or people costs or facility costs. So I think that, the report is great. I would have wanted more. I mean, I do want more, because the idea is that we are trying to get to a net zero energy district as a whole and not just individual sites. In terms of the battery storage, I do think that we have to look at it, and I look at it as a different way too, that even if it's not financially feasible as a payback, we do have schools, specifically Highlands, that is affected by the emergency power grid shutoffs. And it's in a wildland fire area. So same with Meadow Heights as well. And these are areas that we know that PG&E will most likely shut off power in the near future, and we will have sort of rolling blackouts again. That is probably coming this fall, and we did have those situations over the past couple of years. So when we look at battery backup storage, I understand it may not make sense financially, but when we think about keeping schools open during those times, keeping kids in those seats, I want to keep all schools open when the smoke is out, when the wildland fires are out, and then when PG&E says, okay, we're going to shut down power here, right? Because the reality is, when we put an AC and we have the HEPA filters in there, we want to make sure the kids are still in school and still learning. So I look at it from a number of different ways regarding this. I'm really hoping that when we look at the 16 sites, that we're also looking at the new construction. And I know, Patrick, you mentioned the hand-in-hand that everyone's talking to each other. But honestly, I don't want to see any other new buildings that are constructed without solar, because it's kind of, I understand in the report that you mentioned the added time that it might go through the State Department of Architecture. But the reality is if you include it at the beginning, it's already included as part of the process. But if we add it on, then yes, that the State Department of Architecture is going to add more time. But you include it at the beginning, we have it at the beginning, and the thought is that is where we can make up additional solar. So ideally, I really don't want to see any additional new construction without solar, and I think we have to have it included in. I think that we need to push a little bit harder to make sure, whether it's in phase 1 or phase 2, to actually make sure we get to 95%, so that we actually get more money back in terms of the savings. And then I would kind of like to honestly explore what the other financing is. Like we've sort of capped out, and you did a project budget here based off of the Measure T funding, $10 to $11 million. But the issue is, what is it that it's going to take? What is it going to take? $3 more million for us to get to 95%? What is that sort of question? Where's that analysis? And the idea is like, okay, well then how do we pay for it, right? And so do we look at COP bonds, the certificate of participations? Do we look at a combination of GO bonds and financing? How do we go ahead and actually make that happen? And then, or do we actually look at it and say, you look at the chart and on page 20, and you look at the net annual savings, and you consider that, okay, well, maybe we actually do borrow more money from the Measure T bond, because it's a $400 million bond. And that we're not all spending it within the first year or 2 years or 3 years, right? And that we're going to get interest. And so what you do is, and this is financing structure here, is like, well, we're saving, almost $1 million a year, from the general fund that would have just gone into the general fund, and, who knows where it goes there. Maybe we take that general fund and reallocate it and make sure it's, budgeted back towards, the Measure T funds, so that we can pay for additional projects that come up through Measure T. So I really appreciate, honestly, the report. I do agree that we need to move forward with the November 2021 deadline to get into the NEAMS 2.0. But honestly, I wanted to see a little bit more. But I do also think that, maybe this is like a phase 1, and there's a phase 2 and phase 3. And we look at the first 16 sites and we move forward with this. And that as we move forward over the next couple of years, we do get to that net zero energy. Because to me, it's not just about the fancy stuff. Hey, this is nice and it's nice to have. To me, it's a real bottom line sort of thing. It's the financial viability of the district. Because we're not going to be able to go back to the voters all the time with our handout. We're not going to be able to go to the state and feds with, and giving us money, or the property taxes are going to increase. That's going to go down at some point. So the idea is, how do we look for additional money in other places? And while it may not be a lot, it is something over a long period of time. And so that's sort of my 2 cents. I know, I'm sorry that it was a lot of comments, but I really appreciate everything that you guys are doing. And I am actually very excited to actually see the numbers. When you actually see that chart on page 20 and think that over 25 years, you could possibly save $22 million, that's not insignificant. It's not, you know? And so I think it's great. The last thing I just mentioned, I wasn't sure, and this is sort of really out there, but as more solar gets added onto, whether it's our roofs or residential roofs, I'm wondering whether or not the airport has any say in it, because we are in a flight pattern with the airplanes, SFO, and let's just say if at Bowditch, through our next agenda items, right, we had a ton of solar there, and that's part of the flight pattern. Do we have to worry about that? And I don't know the answer, so I just raise it for something to look into. So those are all my comments. I don't know if anybody else has any other comments, but I really, again, do appreciate it. I think it's great to see the numbers, to actually see this moving forward. In some ways, I wish Trustee Hitchcock was here because I know that she was concerned about this as well. But I do think it's a great step as we move forward. So thank you.
I just wanted to say, well, thank you for the presentation, but I do want to get a little bit, I need a better understanding on the numbers, just because I want to understand the different options and just really understanding that we're making the best choice here, especially since I guess if we looked at it as like a 25-year life, even though you said it will last longer than that, I want to just kind of dive a little bit deeper. So I can maybe do that with Patrick offline or something, but I think maybe next time this comes back, we should really make sure that we're understanding all the different options and that we're picking the best one.
So this item was on for action tonight if you wish to give any direction. And this may be an appropriate time before we start phase 2 to give direction, especially regarding some of President Chin's comments, as well as yours, Ms. Proctor.
So I think they've given us some direction. I took notes, and I think that we can use that to circle up and decide on some next steps, unless there's anything else that the board would like to suggest.
And back to your comment as well, Tish, just in terms of action, the action is proceed with the next phase of the report, but also incorporating the commentary heard tonight and trying to integrate that into the next phase of the report.
But I'm also hearing some changes in percentages, and I'm hearing about changes in battery storage and some conversation about new buildings, and also about numbers, further numbers. So I think I captured those different pieces down, unless there's something else. And the team is actually meeting tomorrow morning, so we can march through those.
So I kind of look at it as a phase 1 in some ways. And, you know, obviously I don't want to miss the November deadline. I'm comfortable with this report. I mean, there's a bunch of things that I want to sort of added, and maybe it's phase 2, but Dr. Rosas, are you recommending, you know, after listening to us, that we come back with this, or are you recommending that we can still go ahead and vote on this?
There's no vote. It's just, it was to give direction. And so I felt that you had already given direction as some things that you'd like the group to continue to work on, so that when we come back again, we have some further information for you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm reading this as a vote.
Yes, it probably should not have had a V, because you're receiving an overview. However, it was to provide any direction to staff. So I took notes on what you were asking for direction.
And you've already authorized moving to the second phase of the report, and it's included in the budget amount that you have at the bottom for $65,000.
Fantastic. Any other comments? Comments? No? Okay. All right. Well, thank you again. I really am very excited about this. Again, just seeing the numbers, but let's move forward. Thank you. Okay, moving on to item 8.4.
Thank you to our consultant for coming. Appreciate it.
Yes.
I know it was a late night for you.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. So moving on to 8.4.
Tish, do you want to take this?
Sure. Let me see if I can pull up my screen. And oops, sorry, I pulled up the wrong screen. Sorry. I have too many items tonight. All right. So thank you, President Chin, members of the board, Superintendent Rosas. I'm again presenting on behalf of the facilities team our Measure X update. A quick overview, as you know, the Measure X bond measure was approved by voters in November 2015, and it alone provided for $148 million in bond authorization. And 2 of those bonds have been sold, and a third one is to be sold probably within the next year to year and a half. The planning for the first 4 projects, there are a total of 8 projects, was begun in 2016. And then in 2020, we began the planning for the additional 4 projects. So phase 1, the first 4 projects, includes, as you know, the Bayside Academy, new gym.
Sorry, Tish.
Yes.
Sorry, I don't know if you wanted to share your screen or the PowerPoint. We don't see that.
Oh, you don't?
The slides.
Sorry, I'm walking around with the PowerPoint.
It's okay.
Diane, can you help, please?
Yes, of course. One moment, please.
Oh, you know what? I have it, Diane. Just pulled it out of the wrong one. All right, how about that? I apologize. Thank you, Ken, for letting me know. So the phase 2 overview, as you know, we have, sorry, I'm back on the wrong one. It's too bad we have a few more items to go. All right, so as you know, we have a new gym and locker rooms at Bayside, completed last summer. At Abbott Middle School, the new gym and locker rooms, as well as additional classrooms. And at Burrell, again, new gym, locker rooms, and additional classrooms. And then the recently completed, what is no longer called the new elementary school in Foster City, but Beach Park School. So I'm going to go just very quickly through these so that you have an overview of who's been involved, the architect, the contractor, our construction project manager, and then the total budget. And I will say that this is the budget that's been approved by the board for each of the sites. And then I'm going to give you a quick tour around of things that you have already seen in person. So this is the Bayside Gym and Locker Rooms exterior from the Joinville Park side. And this is from the school side looking down a somewhat aerial view with the locker rooms in the back. And this is the interior of the Bayside Gym. I think when you see all of these gyms as you have in person, you'll see a lot of natural light being used in them. So the status, as I said, and as you know, it was completed and ready for use while students were out during the pandemic, but we finished it in summer of 2020. And again, 14.5 million is the total approved budget. When I get to the end of this phase, I'll talk to you about what we project to be the minimum savings off of all of the phase 1 projects.
Tish, I don't know if your screen is not doing the slideshow. It's showing us your whole, okay. Just wanted to make sure you knew.
Why don't we stop for a minute? And Diane, why don't you bring it up? I should have let you do that to begin with.
No problem, Tish, just a moment.
Because the pictures are so lovely. I want to see the big, I want to see them in full color.
I should never be the sharer.
I want to see my gym.
Does that work?
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we're to the Abbott classrooms, gym and locker rooms. I want to point out, as I think we've done before, that we did provide for 6 additional classrooms at Abbott. 2 of them are the new classrooms, and then 4 have been created over the last 4 years out of converting other spaces that were available within the school site. And that was one of the ways that we were able to meet the escalating costs that occurred over the last 4 to 5 years. You'll see here this planning team, as well as the architect CAW from Palo Alto. Our general contractor on this site was Rodan, as they were on the Bayside site, and Mark Sherrill was the construction project manager. Next. A few views of the Abbott project. As the board knows, the locker rooms are on the right with the 2 new classrooms above. The gym is straight ahead, and then to the left is the lobby entrance into the gym. Next. And here's the light on one side of the Abbott gym. This is looking out to the blacktop play area. Each of the gyms has bleachers, and these are shown with the bleachers open. They're all retractable bleachers. I think on one site we'll see them in the retracted form. What you're looking at is the side courts, the cross courts, not the length of the entire high school size court, which goes the length of the building. Next, Diane. All right, so again, these were completed in terms of the classrooms. They were ready for use in August 2020. The gym and locker rooms were completed in March 2021. We're still working on a couple of punch list items. And again, for here, the total budget approved by the board was $22.9 million. Next, Diane. All right, so moving over to Burrell. There were 8 additional classrooms. 6 of them are in the new 2 wings that you'll see in just a minute, and 2 were created from converting existing space so that we could save money for the all the classrooms that were needed at the school site. Again, new gym and locker rooms, and you can see the planning team in each of the sites. For each of the sites, it's true of all of the projects we're doing. There's a school team of parent and staff leaders, as well as administrators, and then the district facilities team. Architect for this site is CSDA, who will be doing is doing another project in the district that I'll talk about when we get to Measure T. And then the general contractors for this, Rodan did the site work, and Beals Martin did the construction of the gym. And Bob Price was a project manager for this site. Next. So this is looking at the Burrell gym from the exterior. You can see from the windows, both at the top as well as along the side, which is the part of the gym. The lobby area is to the left, and which you can't see, and the locker rooms are to the right. All of these gyms and locker rooms were built with district standards and designed with district standards, which provided for personal lockers for every single student in each of the schools, provided, as I said, for the high school sized basketball courts, the cross courts, a center curtain to be used during PE when they wanted to separate the classes in PE, and each with a lobby area that is the equivalent of a classroom and can be used for PE classes during the year. Next, Diane. So this is the Burrell gym interior with the bleachers on the opposite side than where they are at Abbott. Each of the schools had an opportunity to decide where they wanted their bleachers. And these are, in essence, the same bleachers, just a different color than what is at Abbott. And again, you can see that these basketball hoops are in their pulled up status. Here's a picture of the locker room. These locker rooms are very similar, except for the lights, the lighting and the windows on every side, but those are the personal lockers that are at Burrell are provided for 1,100 students, half in the boys' room, locker room, and half in the girls' locker room. And to the left-hand side of that picture, you can see what is the supervision area by the PE staff. Next, Diane. And this picture, unfortunately, the last one we had of this is when the gym was just in its finishing part. So that fencing you're seeing in the middle is no longer there. This is a wide open corridor connecting these wings and the wings below into the new gym and through the locker rooms and to the additional restrooms we needed to add. The new classrooms are on the left and the right. And you may recall that these are modular classrooms on permanent foundations. Next, Diane. So the classrooms, with the conversions in one conversion in 2018, 6 new ones were completed, and we have 2 classroom renovations going on now. That's renovating the old locker rooms into being the new weight room, which is a class, and then taking the old weight room and converting that into a music room in what is called the Home Arts Building, one of the original buildings at Burrell. You can see the completion dates and the total budget for this particular site because of the extensive grading that had to take place is $26.4 million. Next. So then our final phase 1 project, as you well know, is Beach Park Elementary School with 17 classrooms for instruction, 1 for the children's annex before and after school program, administration building, the multipurpose room, the library resource center, all of the amenities, support amenities that one would have, as well as small group learning areas. What's different about this school is that we do have, as you've seen, collaboration areas, both inside and outside, where classrooms are around an internal collaboration area. The original planning team, since there was no school, the original planning team included parent leaders and staff members from across the Foster City elementary schools. And then of course, all the finishing work was done by the new Beach Park School principal, Amy Snow, who was named last year, and her staff. HMC was the architect and general contractor was Overa, and the construction project manager, Kevin Sanders. These are just before we opened the school on May 10th, looking down that long part of the site, and behind this part of the site, this front part of the site, is all of the play area stretching that entire length, and also the outside learning nodes. Next, Diane. Just a look at the very front of the school at the corner of Beach Park and Shell Boulevard. And that is the major entryway for students. You may recall that this is the largest parking lot and largest drop-off area and passing lane in the district. And we hope it will be well used if families don't feel that their students can walk to school from the surrounding neighborhood. Next. This is a classroom just as it was being finished. We don't have any pictures yet of students in classrooms, but we will soon. In addition to that, HMC is having photography done of the entire site for their own use as well as ours. This is the wonderful Beach Park Library. It's right next to the administration building, and it has a lot of glass, as you can see, facing on the east side of the building. This is also a good example of the wonderful modular furniture that Amy and her staff have chosen, which is what was envisioned for the site and certainly is part of 21st century learning environments. And you will see when you go to the schools, I think many of you have, you'll see a variety of furniture throughout so that students with staff direction have opportunities to stand and work at standing desks, to sit in beanbags or other kinds of seating during the day, which is seen as a real promotion of effective learning for students who can't sit still in a seat all day long, much like adults. Diane. So as you know, this school opened to those students not in distance learning, about 55 of them on May 10th. And the school will be expanded a grade level at a time, as well as with volunteers from other grade levels through the next 4 years. The total budget for the school, which includes the site purchase, The construction of the soft cost is $75.9 million. And Measure L augmented this budget because part of Measure L was to find a site within Foster City for a new elementary school. And then other sources were added as this budget increased over the years. Next, Diane. So the projected remaining funds is conservatively, we believe that there'll be $7 million in remaining funds after all the phase 1 projects are completed and closed out. We've closed out Bayside, Abbott, and Burrell are being very close to being closed out, with the exception of the weight room and music room. That renovation is being done separately this summer by a different contractor. And the savings will come both from contingency funding that wasn't used for change orders and also from unused soft costs. I want to note that their closeouts will be completed except for 2 remaining projects that are on this. The share of the traffic light signaling, which we're sharing with the city of Foster City, which was part of the MOU with the city, which will not be completed in their anticipation before 2022. And then also the Burrell lunch structure, when we made some transfers of expenses for Beach Park onto L to close out L, we moved the Burrell lunch structure, which was a commitment in L, over to Measure X phase 1. So those will be completed by fall of 2022. New drawings have to be submitted to the Division of State Architect, which Bob Price and ADIS are working on now. So moving now to phase 2, we have some things to show you tonight, some of which you've seen before and some of which you have not. You have the new elementary school in North Central San Mateo, which you most recently discussed at your June 10th meeting. We have the new science and drama buildings at Bowdish Middle School, funded by Measure X, and then the new multipurpose building and additional classrooms at Sunnybray and George Hall. So Diane. So as you know, you received a report from PAN at your last board meeting regarding the school vision and the program and their recommendation about a community school. The facility planning will begin as soon as the board provides direction about the facility itself. What was set aside in the original budget under X for a 250 student school, which I know you were talking about as being larger than that, was $23 million. Next, Diane. So the Bowditch project, the major elements are the new science and drama buildings. The architect is HED Design, and the total project budget is $19.5 million. And that's for these 2 buildings and then some other additional things that are in the scope that I'll talk about in just a minute. So the new drama and science buildings, this is the current Bowditch site. The new drama and science buildings are down toward your right hand side of this screen. And they are almost through design development and construction documentation to be submitted to DSA, the Division of State Architect, in July or beginning of August of this year. Diane, next. This is the exterior rendering of the science and drama buildings. It's probably not the best rendering at this point, but note that the exterior colors, now that we have Measure T and the master plan, which we're going to talk about next, the exterior colors are now fully under reconsideration because we have a whole site to be able to be painted, not just 2 new buildings that needed to fit in with the site. But you'll see the science building at the forefront of your screen with its cantilevered roofs with the clear story windows on the other side. And then just behind that is the drama building. Next. So you've seen, I think, the new science building interiors before. It's 6 classrooms for 7th and 8th grade science. These classrooms are about 1,500 square feet, the equivalent of about 1.6 regular size classrooms. And they are centered around a prep area and material storage area. Diane, next. This is the new drama building interior, including the restrooms. So the drama instructional part is about a 2,100 square foot room that's in the middle of your screen. And then it's surrounded by a technical support room. It was interesting to learn that I think nearly half of all students who are enrolled in the drama program at Bowditch are there to learn the technical aspects of production, not on the front line aspects of it. There's also storage for props as well as costuming, and there are restrooms also in this building to service the entire campus, but also to service what is very much like a black box for theater in that large room. Next, Diane. So the current projected timeline for Bowditch, you've seen this slide before in terms of the 5 phases of any facilities project for school districts. We finished the technical studies with the exception of borings that I think happened this week. Then the location and the schematic design phase. Construction documentation, as I said, is almost done. And the plan submission to DSA is July of 2021. We're hoping with DSA that we'll be to public bidding in spring of 2022 with the start of these 2 buildings in summer 2022 with an 18-month construction projection. Going on, Diane, thank you. So Sunnybrook and George Hall put these together because they're both multi-purpose building projects. And just as we had district standards for the gyms and also for the science rooms that'll be used, those standards will be used for additional science classroom upgrades that are part of the immediate priorities in Measure T. We have developed district standards for the multi-purpose buildings, but with unique designs for each school. So you can read the scope there of what the multi-purpose buildings have in them. In some cases, they also include small instructional areas to, again, free up classrooms that are being used for smaller group instruction or offices so that those can be used again as classrooms as enrollments grow at these 2 schools. The project at George Hall involves the relocation of 2 relocatables that's being done this summer, hopefully. The bids should come in on that project next week, and then play structures for both sites. There'll be landscaping, and then at Sunnybrook, we're needing to remove a lunch structure, and at George Hall, we're adding a courtyard. The total approved budget for each of these sites was $11.6 million when the budgets were first set up in 2015. Next slide, Diane. A quick look at the Sunnybrook with the new multipurpose building. It's located at the back of the site. The front of the site is along South Delaware, where you can see the parking lot, and then the administration building and classrooms are in what's called Building 1000. That's the 2-story building, which I think you've seen. The current LGI is adjacent to the 1000 building, and we're able to keep the LGI there, which is going to provide the much needed additional space. You go to the next slide, Diane, we have a rendering from the architect of the look of the multi-purpose building. You can see the lower roofs on either side. This building will back right up to an emergency vehicle access, and behind that is a set of neighbors. Then if you go to the next slide, Diane, you'll see the lunch structure, which is now being located to the right of the building. And again, with slanted roofs in order to provide some design relief from just having a flat roof, and could also be the potential for solar, an easy solar installation. Here, I've given you the multipurpose building plan, which is the site plan, the floor plan itself. Along the left-hand side of George Hall are the small instructional areas, and along the right-hand side is the servery where students will pick up their lunch, either for outside eating or for inside eating on inclement weather, as well as the kitchen, restrooms, and then various service areas. And at the far right-hand side on the corner is the PE storage and PE office. Diane, next. And this is the George Hall exterior courtyard. This is looking from the lunch structure that was completed 2.5 years ago. This has been designed by HMC, which also did the Beach Park School and is doing the Measure T Parkside multipurpose building. We go around the site. This is at the back end side, which faces out on the asphalt area. And then one more, Diane, I believe. And this is the projected timeline for those two buildings, which are part of phase 2. We've completed the technical studies, the location, and schematics. We're currently in construction documentation. And George Hall, the architects for George Hall are hoping for a DSA submittal by August. And for Sunnybray, because of some site constraints, as well as making a change in the location of the lunch structure, they are headed toward a DSA submittal in October. The plan, the projected timeline, and as you know, we cannot project well how long DSA will take, but projected timeline is that we would have approval by spring of 2022, just a little less than a year from now, and would be able to go to the public bidding phase and then to site mobilization and construction, which is slated to start, given DSA, in summer of 2022, and this will be about a year-long construction. Diane. So cost estimates, Bowditch is within budget. There are a couple of things that have been melded into Measure T that will still be funded by Measure X, and that is the HVAC additions to the administration building and the music building, as well as some of the courtyard costs that were planned as part of the Measure X project. So it's within budget, but there are no savings. It's just going over into the Measure T budget to be taken care of as part of that. Sunnybray is $1 million over the construction budget, in large part because we needed to add add a lunch structure as well as relocate a play structure once we knew what the location of the building would be. This is a current cost estimate as of May 2021. It includes contingency and escalation in it. Escalation is through the midpoint of the project. Likewise, George Hall's independent cost estimate, which just came in, includes escalation through the midpoint of the project and some design contingency. It currently is $800,000 over construction cost budget, which was established, as I said, in 2015. Because of the need to relocate two of the portables, that one play structure, and then we're having to change the grass area in the primary yard. And we needed to add 2 fire hydrants to the site, one of which was promised as part of the lunch structure installation, but the fire department allowed that to be delayed until we did this project. Again, all of these overages are in large part due to finally settling the locations, not finally, but earlier this year, settling what were the best locations for student safety, for school use and accessibility. The new school in North Central is the cost of that will be determined once the facility planning begins after the board's direction. The next slide is the recommended budget revisions. As you know, this information item was postponed from the last board meeting. So we have it as an action item tonight in order to recommend budget revisions for the George Hall and Sunnybray project. When we take the construction, the independent cost estimate projections of the construction budget and add to those the soft costs associated with that, we're looking at a total increase of 2.45 million. And the recommended source of funds is that we take part of the projected remaining, and again, that was a conservative projection, balanced from the Measure X phase 1, and then the rest of the balance of phase 1 when we have it be added to phase 2, which already has in it a $7 million escalation contingency, which is separate from these budgets that I've given you for these 4 projects for phase 2. So Diane, maybe you could take the screen down now. Thank you.
Thank you, Tish. What really shows we have a lot of projects going on. Clarifying questions from the board?
Yeah, I have a couple. When we talk about the new school in North Central, I know the original plan for Measure X was to create a small neighborhood school with the 250 or space for 250 students. And of course, we heard from Pan at our last board meeting that their recommendation was that they use the current building that was there. Do we have flexibility to like not necessarily use this to build a new structure?
Yes.
Or
Yes,
okay.
we do. The bond language is flexible. There was conversation with the next steps about the projects, but the bond language is flexible.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that would be a possibility. I was having a chance to look at some of the just a little bit closer of the plans for Sunnybray and George Hall. With Sunnybray, their current LGI, I know Tish, you had mentioned that they needed that, they were going to be able to use that space for room with the current LGI. Is that classroom space that you're talking about once the new LGI is built, or?
The school will determine the space, but it probably would not be used as classroom space. It lends itself more to music, art, maker space, small, larger cross-classroom collaborations, indoor PE, which also could be done in the new area.
Sure.
But each of our schools has been crying for space for larger activities involving larger numbers of students.
Definitely.
So they haven't begun to dream yet about how they're going to use it, but they said, hooray, we get to keep it. And of course, one of our guiding principles, which we've been able to achieve in all but one site, which you'll see in just a minute, is not to spend money taking down buildings, but rather to use the budget to build new buildings.
Wonderful. And then just, actually, I'll save this one for a comment, so it's not really a question, but thank you.
Okay, if we can open up to public comment, that'd be great. Thank you, Diane.
Yes, for our attendees, if you would like to comment on this item, please raise your hand now. President Chin, there are no hands raised.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to officially close public comment and open up to board comments. Although, let me just double check. This is up for, is it up for a vote?
Information, or no, approval of the revised budgets.
Okay, yes, that's right. So this is up for vote. But Trustee Warren, you said you had some comments.
Yeah.
Like, let me unmute. So I love the fact that each school community had a chance to provide input and decide what they felt was necessary for their own community. Like, I noticed that George Hall, in the plan for that, they're adding a sensory room to their LGI. I think that is so awesome. I'm like, why aren't we adding that to all of our schools? What student could, I mean, I could use a sensory room, I'm sure. So especially coming out of a pandemic. And I also noticed that the RSP room was placed there as well. So I really think that's a great way of making sure that these buildings do fit with the schools that they're going to. So I really want to thank you for making sure that stakeholders had such a intense contribution, or had the ability to make that contribution to what gets put on their site.
Thank you. And part of the reason for doing that, Ms. Warren, I'm sorry, you were commenting. I apologize.
Tish, you can finish.
Oh, is that the sensory room, which is relatively new in a very small area, or in a part of a classroom, and the RSP was also in a classroom. So to meet the classrooms for increasing enrollments, we have moved in where needed each of those rooms into smaller rooms that will accommodate their students. So that frees up classrooms for projected enrollment growth on both the Sunnybray campus as well as the George Hall campus.
I still think it's great that you put in a sensory room. And I
Right,
think
that
all
was great.
elementary schools, and I think all the middle schools even, could probably benefit from having a sensory room somewhere on the campus.
I'm just going to say, I can't wait for us to go to Parkside so you can see the sensory room over there, because it is great.
George Hall.
No, George Hall, but Parkside has one. So it is pretty great. So just one comment. I really appreciate all the work that you guys have done. The biggest thing that I want to point out here is whenever we talk about public projects or any projects in general, it's on time and under budget, right? Or on time and on budget, right? And what is showing here, and I don't know if people notice this, but if you look at phase one and the budget, we're essentially saving $7 million. And the thought is, okay, because of COVID and everything else and other things for us to get off the ground, sure, the projects might have maybe added 6 months or a year in terms of when we really wanted to open them. But if you throw tons more money at them, you could probably open them a lot quicker. And so they could be opened on time, but you'd be over budget. Here we have the 3 gyms and Beach Park Elementary as phase one come in essentially $7 million under budget. And to me, that's way more important than in some ways being on time, because it's that $7 million that we're now able to put towards phase two. Whether that's additional money for the new school in North Central, whether that's new overhangs at Sunnybray or George Hall, whatever it is, that's additional $7 million that we can do and use. And I just wanted to make sure I recognize that, because it's a big deal. And I really appreciate all the work that you guys have done. And I'm very excited to actually vote on, reappropriating the money, that's $7 million to phase two when we come for a vote. So those are my comments.
Without repeating everything, I just want to applaud the district for coming in under budget. That's great. And I feel like since we visited all the locations, they are all very high quality. We didn't skimp or anything to get to that savings. So I'm just really proud of the work that's been done, and looking forward to shifting that money over to the next phase. And I'll make a motion to approve the budget for George Hall and Sunnybray MPRs.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you, Trustee Proctor, for the motion, and Trustee Warren for the second. Roll call vote, Trustee Proctor.
Yes.
Trustee Warren.
Yes.
And I will vote yes as well. That is approved 3-0. Before we go on to item 8.5, I did fail to do my job at 9:30. I don't know whether we're coming out of celebrations or recognition, but that's the time that we generally at least recognize and see whether or not we want to keep moving on the agenda or what. We do have 8.5, 8.6, which I think both could be fairly quick, and then most of items number 9 are also very quick. So I don't necessarily know if you guys want to plow forward or you have any suggestions, any comments, but I do need to ask, or should ask.
I think we can make it.
Yeah, I'd rather push through than have a July meeting or something.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And honestly, I'll just say this now, it wouldn't be us if we didn't go over midnight on Dr. Rose's last board meeting. So let's move on to item 8.5.
I'm just hoping it's not 2 o'clock in the morning.
It should not be.
All right, Diane, would you mind putting up the master plan for Bowditch, build, rebuild, and renovate? Please.
One moment, please.
All right, unfortunately, our architects could not be with us tonight. One had a prior commitment and the other is expecting the birth of his second child within the next few weeks and needed to get some sleep. So I'll be doing this. I want you to know from the beginning that you have seen the master plan back in May, and we've had a number of public comment sessions since then at the school team level, as well as in the neighborhood, and a second community meeting just this week. And the plan has been very well received. So you're essentially going to be seeing the same plan tonight. Diane, next. So I'll show you briefly the site plan today, just to refresh your memories for those of you who have not been on the site in that much time. Then what's happened so far with the build, rebuild, renovate project, including how we've melded that with the Measure X project. Again, just a quick refresher on the considerations that went into the architect's recommendation of the master plan that was before you in May, and then looking at that plan once again, then reviewing very quickly the phased implementation of the master plan, the fiscal impact, and then next steps if you should approve the master plan tonight. So Diane, next. So this is the current Bowditch Middle School site today. You can see that this does not have the science and drama buildings on it that you looked at in the last presentation. The orientation of this is the top is the east along the bay. The left-hand side is going northwardly, and the south side is going, obviously the right is south side. We're bordered by neighbors on the south side and on the west side. Next, Diane. So what's happened to date is, you know, that Measure X provided the funding for what ended up being the new drama and science buildings as a way of adding classrooms to the site for increased enrollment. Then the facilities master plan was adopted by you in July, and it included major changes at Bowditch as one of the commitments in the immediate priorities. Measure T, which you put on the ballot in August, passed by nearly 65% of the vote in November, which provided the funding to implement the immediate priorities in the facilities master plan. Then there was an analysis done, one you saw last fall, and then a more recent one of how much of the Bowditch site could be rebuilt while saving enough money to renovate the rest of the site. Then the draft of the HED was approved. They are the architects on Measure X and know that site very well. And so we were very pleased that they were willing to do the design work and the master planning work for what is the Measure T, the comprehensive Measure T project. The draft of the plan was presented to you in May. And since then, as I said, we've had a meeting with the school facilities team, and then a very widely noticed neighborhood and school community meeting in May. And then just this week, a community-wide meeting, which this city put out the notices on. Next, Diane. So there were, at the time, 6 major considerations, and then we realized we're really talking about a 7th one too, in developing the draft master plan. The access points, remember you looked at a map with Wally Gordon, the lead architect, that showed the 3 different access points to the site on the 3 adjacent streets. You saw what I call the spaghetti straps of all the utilities going across the site. We also looked at all the existing structural connections, because there's one very large academic building that has a multitude of classrooms in it, as well as the library. And then there's some smaller standalone buildings, as well as another smaller interconnected building. And it was going to cost to break those buildings up. So that formed a major consideration in the development of the master plan. Also, it's been our goal to minimize temporary housing and the costs of temporary housing. So the phasing of the master plan became very important in that consideration, as well as what did the master plan look like that would allow for phasing to happen. And of course, making sure that student and staff safety and outside space during construction could occur. And then making sure to retain enough budget for renovations for the rest of the campus that would not be rebuilt. You may recall when we did this exercise back last October, that HED came up with a general estimate of about 45% of the site could be rebuilt. And by looking very carefully at how things could be managed, we've come up with quite a bit more than that, as you've seen in the draft master plan. And then the last one that was added was that making sure that the site was logical. So when it was first planned in the 60s, it was logical at that point. We wanted to make sure that in all the reconfigurations and new buildings that were being done, that the plan for the site and the middle school made sense itself. So I talked here just about talking about, once again, the involvement that has been invited from the surrounding community, the school team, and then also the school community. Next, Diane. So again, just so this slide is close to what you're going to look to next, I know we just saw this slide, but Diane, if you go on to the next one. You can see, again, I want to emphasize that the circles and ovals you see are just planning design, not design itself. These are not going to be circular buildings. So you can see that everything that is in orange is where the new buildings will be built. And then in just a minute, I'll go through the phasing. The classrooms buildings that replace the academic building that you can see under the proposed turf area will be moved over to Swordfish, and those will be more than 20 classrooms will be there. Then just south of that, next to the tennis courts, between the tennis courts and the new science building, will be the resource center, support facilities, and as well as staff and offices, such as the counseling offices. And then the new building on the site will also include the gym and locker rooms, which is on the north side adjacent to Beach Park. Then the renovated buildings will be those that are just circled in orange, and that goes through the planetarium, some of the other classrooms on site, as well as existing multipurpose room and gym, and the food service area. And then the locker rooms that are on either side of the food service areas will be converted into classroom uses to achieve the classroom count that we need. What's in blue is the new buildings being added under X, and then what is circled in white or pale gray is what HED likes to call the active part of the campus. The lunch structure will be on there, gathering places for students, and then the courtyard campus entryway will be redirected in a little different way to get you right into the campus and closer to the new classrooms. Then on the corner of Beach Park and Tarpon will be where the proposed new turf area is, and the proposed hardtop immediately adjacent to the new gym and locker rooms. And as I said before, there will be some slight renovating and additions to the current music and administration buildings, and that will include HVAC and new tackable walls. So next, Diane. So the phasing that was shared with you last time remains the same. We're calling phase 1 the Measure X project, and that would be the new science and drama restroom buildings. And then phase 2 would be the new gym and locker rooms, with phase 3 following after that with the new classroom and media resource support center, and then the renovation of the rest of the campus. So the projected timeline for phases 2 through 4 is 2021, beginning the planning, and then ending at this point projected with full construction and renovation by 2026. This timeline will be refined over the next 6 to 8 months as planning purposefully gets underway for each of the phases, starting first with the new gym and locker rooms. Oh, Diane? So this is phase 1, the drama and the science buildings. Then Diane, phase 2, the gym and the locker room. So those need to be done so that we can then do phase 3, which is to add the classrooms and the resource center, which is overshown on the orange. And then that leads to phase 4, because at that point we can tear down the major academic building that's shown under, will no longer be under, it'll be gone, but shown under the proposed turf and hardtop area. So that will be included in the renovation of the rest of the campus. Next. So fiscal impact in total is $86.7 million, 19.5 of it budgeted in Measure X, and then 67.2 that's been budgeted or projected as part of the Measure T project. Next, Diane. So next steps. Hopefully you'll approve the master plan tonight, so that then the next set of work can be done by HED, which is to begin the planning of phases 2, 3, and 4. The planning for the gym and locker rooms will follow the district standards that we use for the 3 gym and locker room projects that you just looked at under Measure X. And the Measure X science and drama buildings will be submitted, as I said, to the Division of State Architect by the end of July, first week in August. Then the planning with the school team for the new gym and locker rooms and that design will begin in summer, fall of 2021. And with each of the phases, each of the major phases, there will be a continuation of both the school facilities team meetings and the community and neighborhood meetings during each phase, and also before construction begins. Diane, next. So we're back to the master plan for board approval.
Thank you, Tish. Any board member clarifying questions? No? No? Okay, great. Public comment, Diane? And I know our public members are dwindling, but if any public member wants to speak, right? Raise your hand.
Yes, please. Thank you, President Chin. If you would like to make public comment on this item, please raise your hand at this time. We have no attendees raising their hand at this time.
Great, I'm gonna close public comment on this item and open up to board member comments. Any? No, I'll just make one or two small comments. One thing that occurred to me is the emergency vehicle access road, which I have seen many times. My thought is I have not been out to Bowditch in a long time during drop-off or pickup, and so I'm not sure what the traffic situation is around there. And I know that a lot of people come in off of Beach Park, especially riding bicycles, but vehicle access, I'm not sure what it is. And then considering that the science building and the music and the arts buildings are all off of the emergency vehicle access, I would be curious to see whether or not that becomes maybe a one-way outlet in some ways that, that could potentially be used as additional loading for those buildings and or outlet for people who are dropping their kids off at school, and they could go through that way just on the way out. That's the only comment. Honestly, I think it's great. I've been to the community meetings. I think it's good. I think I'm glad that we have gone through and made some outreach. I think that as the project moves forward and we actually see buildings and what they look like, not for phase 1, but for phase 2 and 3, I'm sure that the public will probably come out some more and take a look at those, because that's when you actually see what the buildings are going to look like rather than just the little ellipses on the map. So thank you for that. Any comments?
I was just going to kind of go along with what you were saying about the emergency access road. Now, my understanding is we wouldn't be able to use it as a drop off because we can't guarantee that it would be clear the entire time. And that's what we need to do for an emergency access road, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. So, and I do think it's appropriate to have it near the science building, knowing how I was in my chemistry class. I'm sure there's plenty of students here that would love to have that opportunity. So an emergency access road would probably be a very good thing to have by the science building. On that note, if you'd like me to make a motion, I'd be more than happy to. I'd like to make a motion to approve the master plan for the Bowditch Build, Rebuild, Renovate, and authorize next steps in detailed planning, design development, and submission to the Division of the State Architect for respective 4 phases of the master plan.
I'll second.
Thank you, Trustee Warren and Trustee Proctor for the motions. Roll call vote, Trustee Proctor?
Yes.
Trustee Warren?
Yes.
And I will vote yes as well. It's very exciting. Thank you, Tish, and your team and everybody else. It's amazing how far we've come with, and you really think that Measure T was only approved 6 months ago?
Yeah.
Something like that, 7 months ago? Yeah, so it's amazing. Thank you so much. Next item, I think, Tish, is this you again? Or, I mean.
Yes, it is.
Sorry, my computer goes out. Go ahead,
Yes,
Tish.
she's
On behalf of the team, not my item, it's on behalf of the team. Diane, can you help once again, please? This is Measure T.
Oh, all right. There we go. I think we're good to, yeah, I think we're good to go. Thank you. Tish?
Can you see the slides?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. So this report is on one part of the Measure T. As you know, you've gotten a status report on all the immediate projects or priorities in Measure T. This is focusing on the multi-purpose buildings that are going to be put on 4 different sites. So Diane, next please. I'm going to briefly provide you with some background, then the overview of the planning process, the general scope, and you'll recognize a lot of this general scope from the discussion or the information that we provided you on Sunnybury and George Hall. And then we have some renderings for you to look at, which are conceptual because we're in the first phase, but I hope you'll be as excited as we are about how different these designs are looking and how very equal they look. And then we'll talk briefly about next steps. So Diane, thank you. So as you know, you adopted the facilities master plan in July, and that included immediate priorities for which then included in those immediate priorities were the replacement or the addition of new multi-purpose buildings at Highlands, Lead, Meadow Heights, and Parkside Montessori, which are the last schools that have the very differently shaped LGIs. And then Measure T, fortunately, was authorized by the voters in November, and that provided the bond funding for the immediate priorities in the facilities master plan, as you know. Diane. So here again are the 5 phases of a public school facility project. And the current phase that we're in is the technical studies, location, and initial design phase, which is called schematics. Diane. These are the guiding principles for planning that we've used from the beginning of Beach Park through all the gyms, and then most recently George Hall and Sunnybury multipurpose rooms. So in this case, using district standards for the multipurpose buildings, again, trying to have learning environments, teaching environments and learning environments that will last for several generations and are based on best practices and best environments in the 21st century educational world. Achieving architectural compatibility, which is not the same as building the same as what's on there now, but being compatible with the site, as well as to the extent possible with the surrounding neighborhood. Then we have 2 principles that deal with stakeholders, one with internal stakeholders, which are the school staff, the parents at each of the schools, and then an external one that deals with the whole community, including the surrounding neighbors. And as you know, we notice surrounding neighbors between 300 and 1,000 letters are mailed, depending on the site, to surrounding neighbors that go much beyond what you would call surrounding neighbors. And then very lastly, but very importantly, is that we align with approved budgets so that in fact, we don't run out of money and don't get to other projects. Diane, next. So the district standards for the multipurpose buildings, I'll just let you cast your eye over them, but generally for equity purposes, we have these standards so that each of the multipurpose rooms in the buildings are sized for 50% of the student body, 2 lunch periods to be able to sit at tables to eat. That provides for a larger capacity for audience style seating, but certainly not for the entire school. Generally, schools have between 2 and 3 different seatings for assemblies, depending on the type and grade level appropriateness of the assembly. It's also a stage area with curtains and a lift for accessibility, because these stage areas are about 3 feet off of the ground. The stage area themselves, think about them as being half of a classroom, of a regular sized classroom at about 500 square feet. These rooms will all include installed projectors, drop-down screens, and audio that's been designed for the buildings themselves rather than something that's added on afterward. Each of them will include a warming kitchen and a separate serving area room for students to pick up their meals. And those, the servery will be accessible both from the outside of the building as well as from the inside of the multipurpose room for use during inclement weather. Of course, these buildings will include restrooms. The count of the restrooms for each of the buildings is dependent on whether or not there are additional restrooms that are needed in the count for DSA for the entire school. So in some cases, the restrooms will be more than there'll be in other schools because the other schools' counts are satisfactory. There'll be a custodial room in the case of a school where they don't have a main custodial room and the multipurpose building is very close to the rest of the campus, then that custodial room may service the rest of the campus. But in the ones we're going to look at now, custodial rooms are basically small and designed to service the multipurpose building itself. There's a separate room for table storage, and you'll be surprised to find that it is quite large because of the table standards within the district that provide bench seating that flip to lunch seating, not with people in them, of course, when they're flipping. And then there's chair storage under the stage. There's also included space for PTA storage. That space is very hard to find in schools, and so we've included 100 square feet for PTA storage. And where we can, we've made it accessible both to the outside as well as to the multipurpose room space because PTA events happen both outside and inside. And where there is not other space for PE office and storage that's closer to a blacktop area or play area, then the PE office and storage are included in the buildings as they were with Sunnybury and George Hall that we just looked at. And then lastly, where there's additional space needed to free up classrooms for enrollment growth, then we've looked at the school site and we've provided for freeing up those classrooms by moving things that are in those classrooms that could be housed in small offices or smaller group instruction rooms. Next. So what's happened to date? Architects were selected, 4 different architects, one of which we're using currently, HMC, who's done the George Hall multipurpose building and just completed long ago, the design for the Beach Park School that was just opened. HKIT Architects has not been in the district for a while on a major project, but they were the responsible designers, a different team. But HKIT did the Bayside Theater and also the Baywood multipurpose building and classrooms above. LPA Architects is another architect on the district pool, which you approved in December. And this is our first endeavor with them, as it is with Leonakis Architects that is doing Meadow Heights. So the technical studies have begun for each site and will continue over the next month. School facility team meetings have been held for each of the sites within the last month and a half. And I really want to thank the school facility team members who were so generous in their time by coming on Zooms, especially toward the end of the school year, so that we could keep the architects moving forward toward the goal of having these buildings designed and constructed in what has been long awaited desires to have these new buildings. And then we had the first neighborhood and school community meetings on each site that focused on location, the scope of the project, and then the conceptual exteriors and interiors. So that's what's happened to date. When we're looking at major location considerations, you can see these here that multi-purpose buildings need to be seen as part of the school, but also accessible where possible to all users, whether they're coming at night or they're coming during the school day. That again, we try to minimize the need to relocate existing buildings or utility lines, again, to protect the budgets, and then minimize the disruption to teaching and learning during construction. As you know, construction is noisy, but this is a factor that we try to take into account. But really the key parts of the first two. Again, consideration for the exterior design and massing of the buildings is that it fits with the campus and fits with the surrounding neighborhood. And I hope that you'll see that in these next slides coming forward. So this is the Highlands multipurpose building being designed by LPA. The building location is adjacent to Bunker Hill Drive. This is the Highlands site, as you can tell. The administration building is over on the right-hand side, and the very small parking lot is over on the right-hand side. This is a sloped campus. The current LGI is just to the right of that red arrow, closer to the top of your screen. And then the EVA is where the red arrow is. One of the EVAs is where the red arrow is off of Bunker Hill Drive, and then the other EVAs are from Newport Street. Next. So this is the basic layout of a conceptual layout of the Highlands site. Again, you can see the PTA and the PE storage and office because this is adjacent to the blacktop area. You can see the servery as well as where the kitchen will be located, which will be closest to the existing lunch structures, and then the multipurpose room itself. This table storage, which I told you is quite large because of the size of our tables, and not wanting to have multipurpose rooms that were surrounded by tables for other kinds of events, which has happened in a couple of our schools. And then the bathrooms in this case on the left-hand side will be the family restrooms, and on the right-hand side will be the boys and girls restrooms. Next. All right, so this is a conceptual view of the exteriors. And many of you may know that the Highlands consists primarily of Eichler built homes. And so our architects have worked really hard to bring an Eichler type look to this multipurpose building. Next, Diane. So this is looking from the side. Our architects took the Highlands Bears and kind of called it the Bear Den. It will not necessarily be called the Bear Den, may just have a name like the multipurpose building. To the right is the servery area, and to the left is the entrance into the large assembly area. That canopy that's over the top looks a lot bigger than it's going to be. It's going to be 13 feet out. You can see again, both from the slide and the previous one, that there are lower roofs on either side in favor of the neighbors and also for cost, and then higher roofs over the multipurpose room. So I think we'll take a look inside next. So this is coming into the building. And again, reflecting a lot of the Eichler look. And these architects are proposing, as is one other architect because of what is behind the building, which is great landscaping, that the stage area include windows behind it, a fairly large window, which can be covered when the stage area is being used as a stage. But many things that go on within the multipurpose building are not stage oriented. So this can be opening at the desire of the school and will provide additional light into the building. Next. Let's move now to Leeds multipurpose building. The location of the Lead building is off of Ocean View Avenue, which is the main access to the site. The administration building is on the left-hand side of the site, where you can see it marked in the light pink. The classroom wings are to the north of the site and over to the right-hand side of the site. The orientation of this is the top of the slide is north, generally north. The bottom of the slide is generally south. The multipurpose building has been sited with the agreement of the school facility team on the south side of the site, which gives good access to those who are coming for campus events, either at night during the day, as well as good siting for the play area, as well as access to the classrooms. Next. So this is the layout using the district standards for Leeds multipurpose room. In order to free up classrooms for future growth, the annex building is being not moved, but going to be contained within the multipurpose building as a separate room. That will then free up instructional space or support space in what is the current annex building, which is right contained at the side of the library building right now. This also will provide continued good access for parents doing pickup during drop off and pickup of their students who attend the annex. This school does not have a full lunch structure in one place. The decision was made many years ago at the request of the principal to put lunch structures throughout, small lunch structures throughout 2 wings of the campus. And they are both used and not used because there's not the supervision for them. They also are very far away from what will be the new servery and kitchen area. So the architects are planning a new lunch structure for the lead multipurpose building. Next, again, we get to the renderings. This is from the ocean view side. So if you're coming in for an event, you would be coming in this entryway. There will be fencing. None of the fencing is shown yet. And on all of these, I should point out, these are not the colors. We won't be getting into colors until August or September. They are just variations so that you're able to actually see the planned architecture for the site. And Diane, if you could take us around the building, we'll be looking at it from the play area side. This is actually looking southeast from the library building. To the left, you can see that beige building. That is the current LGI. This provides, as does the multipurpose building at Highlands and the others, for a courtyard area, which can be part of the asphalt play area, but provides for overflow when those big parent events happen. Again, these buildings will have nano walls, which is the folding windows, which can be folded all the way across to provide good access for looking at the stage area. What you see on the right-hand side of the building above the nano wall and on the left-hand side of the building are windows. In the case of the 2 corners, they're wraparound. And you can see again, lower roof lines on both, at least at this point, on one side of the building, which is where the annex will be. And then if we go around again, Diane, we'll be on the east side of the we'll be on the front side, looking directly into the building, and you can see the stage area behind that. And then you begin to see on the left-hand side, the servery and the kitchen rooms. And if we move around, you'll also see the lunch structure. Again, these are conceptual renderings because that's the phase that we are in. And next slide. The Meadow Heights multipurpose building. So very little possibilities in terms of the location on this site. The one that makes the most sense of all is right off of Parkside Way, which is where parents come and do part of their drop off for students. The current LGI will stay just as it will at Highlands and at Lead. The administration building is right above the LGI, which is that not oddly shaped building, but differently shaped building. So the multipurpose building is where the purple is showing here. And we have some renderings to show you with this and also inside. So this is the neighborhood context, which also gives you a feel for the different roof lines that are planned for the Meadow Heights campus by Leonakis, who is the architect, which is the architect firm doing this site. They are hoping or planning to mimic the roof lines along the classroom wings with what is the stage area, which you'll be able to see in just a minute, which is on the Parkside side of the site. And then on either side of the large assembly room are those smaller areas that I talked about. And in this case, the annex is also being moved over. The annex is in the middle, almost in the middle, top right of your slide, with one of the portables far next to the neighborhood, which is quite a long way for parents to go, especially at night, because they have to sign their children in and out each day when they drop them off. And it makes more sense to put their sensory room, which they want at Meadow Heights and was approved as part of the master plan as an immediate priority, into a location that's closer to the rest of the building. So the annex will go on the far side of the multipurpose building. So next, Diane. This is a very conceptual rendering looking from the asphalt area, or the play area, the grass area, onto the multipurpose building. The shade structure, the lunch shade structure is on the left, that's adjoining the servery area. We are still looking at a concept of moving the emergency vehicle access road over to another part of the campus that comes off of what's called Falda Avenue, which is a very short avenue on the east side of the campus. And if the fire department can make that turn, then the lunch structure will move all the way around to the side of this building. Again, looking through, you can see the stage area. On the right is are the restrooms, and behind the restrooms is the children's annex. Next, Diane. This is the view from Parkside. So this is looking across from Beresford, the backside of Beresford Park. On the left-hand side is the annex where you see the windows, and then the windows in the middle are Leonakis's recommendation that the windows go again on the stage area, which can be curtained, will be curtained when the stage area is being used, but provides both a nice architectural feature for the backside of this site, as well as providing additional light. Again, you can see the peak of that roof. Okay, so Parkside Montessori multipurpose building is a little bit different in that the best location for that building, given the considerations for location that I talked about before, was where the current LGI is. There is money in the facilities master plan for additional classrooms on this site, or additional space on this site, as they build out their middle school program that you heard about earlier. And when we add that money to what is available for the multipurpose building, we are able to then provide replacement space at what is the top of your screen, which is the northerly side of the site. So you see that little gray marked as replacement. That is now being called the Student Support Center, which will serve as the large assembly area during construction when the current LGI is torn down, and then will be used for makerspace, perhaps their science lab, and for other smaller rooms and offices that are needed to replace rooms in the current LGI. So going back to the scope area, you see that the scope area goes all the way to the Eisenhower Street. So let me tell you about the scope for this project. Diane? And I've just explained this about the note about the tearing down of the site, so I won't go through this again. So this is the first part of the scope of the project, is the multipurpose building. I'll be showing you some renderings of this building that have been done by HMC in just a couple of seconds. But part of the scope of this building was to redesign the parking lot area. Currently, they have 2 parking lots with 2 separate entrances. They do not have a good drop-off area or bypass area. And so as part of doing the multipurpose building, we're able to add really needed new spaces, about 8 of them, 6 to 8 new parking spaces, and redesign the parking area, the drop-off area, for better safety for students, much needed on this site. Then the next slide will begin the layout, so you can see the parking area. We can go into that in more detail in future in future meetings, but this will really enhance the safety on this site and provide those needed additional spaces. Next, Diane. So this is the layout of this multi-purpose building. As you can see, it's quite different from the layout of George Hall, but all done with district standards. PE office and storage starting over on the right-hand side, which is the east side, then the servery and the kitchen, and then the multi-purpose room itself, then the bathrooms, the stage area, and the storage rooms. And this, you see along the side is the solar studies that HMC and others are so famous for doing to make sure that they're designing buildings that work with how the sun will be moving. North of the multipurpose room, or toward the top of your screen, you can see the existing classroom and administration wing. But between those two, there's planned a plaza or an overflow space. So you can see that's directly across from the stage area in the multipurpose room. And so why don't we look at some renderings? This is looking approximately east, a little more southeast from the parking lot. To the left of the rendering that you can see is the current wing of classrooms, the first wing of classrooms in the administration building. That tree is a tree that we're hoping to be able to save. Will not necessarily have that circle around it, but that was a rendering at this point. And Parkside Montessori school name is an important addition to the site because they do not have a school name that fully represents them. So if you go back a couple of slides, Diane, thank you for with me. On the first slide, you can see, because we're not right on, that's Parkside Montessori, which the school facility team is very pleased about. Here again, we have some wraparound windows and openings and a slanted roof. And then if we move around to the front, looking straight on as the students would be coming in, you can see that we are all looking from the classroom wing into the building itself. And then we go around one more, Diane, you'll see the east side of the building, which will have the servery, the kitchen area. And again, you can see the courtyard or overflow area in between. Next. So to close this out, next steps are having the technical studies completed. Some have been done, but the borings are being done now because they're very noisy to be done during school time and they take several days. The schematic work, which is phase 1, is being completed. And they will soon begin the design development work and the submission drawings for DSA. The independent cost estimates will be done very soon, the first phase of independent cost estimates. And then, as I said, the architects will be beginning, in fact, some of them have begun the design development phase. There will be, come August and September, we'll have a projected timeline for each project. Those timelines will vary somewhat depending on the site work that needs to be done and whether or not there are any additional structures such as the lunch shade structure, which needs to be added. Then we have the continued school facilities team and neighborhood community meetings as each of the projects progresses, and those are all school-based. They're not going over all 4 projects. So you're having the first opportunity, and those who are still with us tonight, to see all 4 projects and the renderings of all 4. And I believe that's it. Thank you, Diane, very much.
Very exciting. Clarifying questions from the board?
Yeah, I have one, and it's probably got a really simple answer, but why is it we're using 4 different architects?
We're using 4 different architects in large part because of the history of the buildings from 1960s and a great fear that they would all begin to look the same if we used one. There are not many savings in using one because we have district standards, and that's driving a lot of the savings between them. We also wanted them all to be able to be within the same timeline, and one architect, not true of all of them, but one architect might not have been able to do all 4 or the architects on our pool. And we wanted a little competition. And this is true of the gym projects too. We got great ideas that we cross-fertilized with the gym projects, and we're already getting great ones that we've cross-fertilized with the multipurpose room projects.
Fantastic. With our very limited public participation at 12:34, Diane, would you like to open up our public comment, please? Period.
Yes, of course. Thank you to those who are still with us. If you would like to make comment on this item, please raise your hand now. President Chin, we have no raised hands.
And I did want to acknowledge that we have one school team member on this call, Kim Lorton from Highland School.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you. I will officially close public comment. Thank you, Kim, for sticking this long with us, hanging in there. Board member comments.
I'll just quickly say that it's really exciting to see the Measure T projects already kind of like getting started. And I like the focus on natural light and windows, and just can't wait to see how these develop. So thank you.
Sorry, I am very excited. I think that they're really great. As I second Trustee Proctor's comments again about how quickly we're moving on these projects. I think it's fantastic, and I think it really just shows our intent and our commitment to the voters that approved Measure T. I think they're amazing. If I could just have one little constructive criticism. The Meadow Heights MPR, to me, it is right across from Beresford Park, and I understand that they're trying to mimic the roof lines there, but it almost kind of looks like there's two different facades. You know, on the school-facing facade, it looks a little bit more modern, a little bit more of what you kind of would expect in Angular, and then on the other side, the side facing the parking lot, which is a fairly major entrance there to Beresford Park. It's a bit more traditional, and I feel like it does match the homes that are around there, but it feels like we could do a little more. I really do love the way the architect at Highlands was thinking about the Eichlers and thinking about that sort of that transom line, the window line up at the top to allow more natural light in. I think that's fantastic. I do like them, all of them as well. I think there is some individuality there. My one comment is that I may want a little more from Meadow Heights, but I'll leave that to the architects. But I think it's great. I think everything that is happening is great. So. Any more comments? No, ready to move? Let's move on. Thank you, Tish, and thank you everyone who's stuck in there. We are now moving on to agenda item 9.1.
Good morning, board members. So I'm presenting to you a request for a public hearing. So per Government Code 3547, the district and CSEA cannot begin negotiating until there's been a reasonable time to allow the public to comment on the initial proposals. So the first public hearing is for the initial proposal from California School Employees Association, CSEA Chapter 411. And this public hearing must take place before the initial proposal could be adopted. So I respectfully request that the Board of Trustees conduct a public hearing to receive public comment related to CSEA's initial proposal.
So Sue, thank you for, and good morning to you too. This is one of those where I open the public hearing and then we move on to the next item.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So, okay, so I am officially opening the public hearing on the initial proposal for the California School Employees Association, CSEA Chapter 411, successor contract negotiations from July 1st, 2021 to June 30th, 2024 with the San Mateo Foster City School District.
And that is at 12:38.
12:38 a.m. on June 25th.
June 25, yeah.
Yes. Okay, do we actually have public comment on this, or do we just jump to 9.2?
No, go ahead and ask
Thank
if
you.
there's any public comment.
Okay, would anyone in the, again, very limited audience members here, like to make a comment on the public hearing opening of these negotiations? If so, please raise your hand. And if not, I'm
President
assuming no.
Chen, we have no raised hands.
Thank you very much, Diane. I will close public comment on this, and there's no vote. We just move on to the next item. Is that correct?
You're closing it at 12:39, and then
Thank you.
yes, you can go right on.
I'm officially closing the public hearing at 12:39 on June 25th in the morning, 12:39 in the morning for the public hearing. We are moving on to item 9.2.
So also per Government Code 3547, any initial proposals, any initial contract proposals need to be presented at a public meeting and recorded as part of the public record. So attached and presented to the board is the initial proposal for CSEA. There will be 5 articles that will be open that we'll be negotiating. And so I request that the board receive the CSEA initial proposal for information.
Thank you, Sue. Any clarifying questions from the board? No. Diane, would you mind calling public comment, please?
Yes, if any of our attendees would like to make public comment on this item, please raise your hand at this time. President Chin, we have no raised hands.
Thank you. I'm officially closing public comment on this item. Opening up to board member comments. Anything? No? Okay, great. We are going to move on to item 9.3. I am going to officially open the public hearing of the San Mateo Foster City School District initial proposal for negotiations with the California School Employee Association, CSEA, Chapter 411, for a successor agreement from July 1st, 2021 to June 30th, 2024 at 12:40 a.m. on June 25th. And I am requesting if anyone wants to make any public comments on the opening of this public hearing, please raise your hand.
President Chin, we have no raised hands.
Thank you. I will close the public hearing for this item at 12:41 a.m. on June 25th, and we'll move on to item 9.4.
So presented to the board is the initial contract proposal for the district. So any matters related to the scope of representation also needs to be presented at a public meeting, recorded as part of the public record. So attached and presented to the Board of Trustees is the district's initial proposal, opening 3 articles for successor negotiations with CSEA. So I respectfully request that the board approve the district's initial proposal with CSEA.
Thank you, Sue. Any clarifying questions on the initial proposal? No? Okay. Dan, if you wouldn't mind opening public comment, please.
Yes, to our attendees, if you would like to make public comment on this item, please raise your hand at this time. President Chin, we have no hands raised at this time.
Thank you. I'm going to officially close public comment on item 9.4. Any board member comments? No? No? Okay. Fantastic. Moving on to 9.5.
Should I make a motion?
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I apologize. I missed that.
I'll make a motion to approve the district's initial proposal for the 2021 to 2024 successor negotiations with CSEA, Chapter 411.
I'll second.
Thank you, Trustee Proctor, for the motion, and Trustee Warren for the second. Roll call vote. Trustee Proctor?
Yes.
Trustee Warren?
Yes.
And I will vote yes as well. The motion's carried 3-0. Thank you for catching that. Moving on to 9.5, which is also for a vote.
So we are requesting a variable term waiver for Mr. Maurice Stewart. This authorizes Mr. Stewart and gives him additional time to complete an assessment, the basic skills requirement. Having the variable term waiver will allow him to continue his duties as a PE teacher until he can complete all of the tests. So these variable term waivers must be presented for approval to the governing board. So I respectfully request that the Board of Trustees approve the authorization using the defined education code to provide Mr. Maurice Stewart with a variable term waiver.
Okay, thank you, Sue. Any clarifying questions from the board? No. Okay, Diane, would you mind opening up public comment, please?
Yes, if you would like to make public comment on this item, please raise your hand at this time. President Chin, we have no raised hands.
Thank you, Diane. I'm going to officially close public comment on 9.5. Open up to board comments or a motion for voting.
I can go ahead and make the motion that we approve the authorization using the defined education code for Mr. Maurice Stewart.
Second.
Thank you, Trustee Warren for the motion and Trustee Proctor with the second. Roll call vote, Trustee Proctor.
Yes.
Trustee Warren.
Yes.
And I will vote yes as well. That motion is carried 3-0. We are on to almost our final items, board member statements and requests for future agenda items. Does anyone want to make a statement or request a future agenda item?
Well, I think I just finally wrapping up. Thank you again, Dr. Rosas, for all your years of service. Let's end this on a celebratory note. Also, congratulations to all of our teachers for completing, or all of our staff, not just the teachers, but everybody for completing just such a horrific year and managing to survive it all. Thank you for everything you've done for our children, both our personal children as well as all the children in the district. And may we never have to go through a pandemic again. I think everybody can agree on that one. So here's looking forward to August and our upcoming school year.
Ditto. Joan, thank you again. It's our last meeting with you, but don't be a stranger. And I hope everyone has a really great summer and that we come back feeling refreshed and recharged. And I think that's it for me.
I will also say ditto. I was really hoping that we were going to have a very light meeting and it was just all going to be ceremonial. But in true San Mateo Foster City School District Board of Trustees meetings, we ended up having a number of items and they went longer and we are now approaching 1 o'clock in the morning. And I think that's almost fitting to how it's got to end, right, Joan? So I do want to thank everybody, just like what Trustee Warren said, it's been a terrible year. I was really hoping that this was going to be our last meeting for our last board meeting. We did unfortunately squeak in another one on Monday, but that should be very quick. But I kind of consider this our last meeting because it really was, and it was really scheduled that way. But Joan, you will absolutely be missed. And so I really do want to thank you for everybody, from representing everybody, whole community, for all your service and everything you've done for the district and our community and our kids. You've truly left a mark. And I think, we will be talking about your legacy for a long time.
Thank you. And thank you for the honors that you bestowed upon me this evening. It was really quite a surprise. And I really appreciate it, truly. On your Monday meeting, I do want to make sure you know that Patrick Gaffney will be sitting in for me because I did take those days as vacation. I won't be available. So Patrick Gaffney will sit with you for your Monday, your short Monday, hopefully short Monday meeting. So thank you again.
Okay, future meeting dates.
They should be on your schedule there.
Yeah. Okay, and we are going to adjourn, but I will say that, you know, I feel like even though we do adjourn sometimes for people, I think we should really adjourn in your honor, Joan. So I'll make that motion to adjourn tonight's meeting at 12:48 a.m. on June 25th in Dr. Rose's honor.
I second that.
Okay, roll call vote. Trustee Proctor,
Yes.
Trustee Warren,
Yes.
and I will vote yes as well. So we are done. Thank you.